Hey, what's going on, Team Trek family? Welcome back to another episode. I've got a good friend who I've known since the beginning of my SF career. He's got a 27-year career. He retired as a CW3 out of 1st Special Forces Group. Ricky Van Rickley. Rick Van Rickley. Good to have you here, man. Brother.
Yeah, it's a name that my parents gave me to screw with me.
It's not the easiest name to pronounce, is it?
No, it's not. Especially when you say Ricky, because a lot of people say Rick or.
Well, so Rick Van Rickley definitely goes easier, but everyone's always called you Ricky.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's because the last name because it ends Rickley, and so if it's just easier,
it's just
Ricky.
a term of endearment almost, really. Everybody, my grandparents, my aunt, everybody called me Ricky Boy, Baby Ricky, just because I'm the youngest of a bunch of Ricks. How
many boys in your family?
Well, 2 on my side, like I got a brother, but I got an uncle named Rick, so it's. And then I got a cousin, a female named Ricky, but she spells her name with Rikki.
Okay.
And then, we got multiple Bobbies, multiple Anthonys.
And is that just the family culture?
Yeah, it's an island thing, man. Yeah.
Island. So specific to each island, does each island kind of have a different culture of its own?
Nah, my mom's from the island of Guam. Well, her family is. My mom is from the United States, but they came over here after World War II, and then my mom was born here. But we still have a strong culture with our Chamorro roots, so it's Ricky Boy, Baby Ricky. So, but my name's really hard to pronounce in Japan, so you got... When you go to the airport or to the hospital and the nurse comes out, she's like, Licky Van Licky-san.
Licky. The R's are really hard. They turn into L's.
Yeah, so my nickname when I was over in Okinawa was Licky.
Licky.
Yeah.
Dude, that's awesome. Well, I always thought you were Hawaiian.
Yeah. No, my mom's from Guam.
Okay. Well, I'm
a Hapahali.
So BJ Penn, right? Are you familiar with kind of the same thing, right? Like he was Baby J.
Yeah, Baby J.
But big family.
It's weird. I just watched an article this morning, a documentary on him while I was working out.
With BJ?
Yeah.
So what basically his whole career? Or
basically the downfall of BJ in the UFC up till right about now. The part I saw was the champion who couldn't train, who didn't like to train.
That's right, because he was... I can remember it pretty specific. Based on the weigh-in, you knew how much work he put in, right, and how much effort. So you knew what kind of fight you were going to get. And that guy, he had a gas tank on him. He can go all 5 rounds and still have plenty in. And I think because of that, and I think because of that, he got overconfident in his ability to just outlast everybody. Yeah,
there's multiple times, where he got a different type of trainers with different dieting, different training methods, and he stuck to it. He was successful. And then as soon as he got rid of them and just went into the BJ Penn training model, he overate, sweets, didn't, he's like, I'll train 2 weeks out. It's like, I'll get ready. And
turned
out good for him.
I think we've all been in a similar place with like military PT tests, right? Like we go on a deployment, and if you're not running, right, all we're doing is jacking still. We're in the gym all the time. It's like I'll run later. I'll worry about that running stuff later, and then it's like, hey, we got a PT test for record. You're going to school, right? Like you got to go to you're going to the warrant course. You got to take a 4 record PT test.
Yeah.
You're like, bro, I'm 30 pounds heavier than I was before the deployment, and I still got to run that. So I know for us, we've put ourselves through that. You got 2 weeks to get ready for a PT test. You got to drop 2 minutes off your run. It's like, man, those are brutal times.
Yeah, we came back from Iraq in 2004. We were working out up on the team house in Erbil, and we were just jacking steel the whole time, man. And we had really good food. We were paying a guy to go get our food. We had our own personal cook, really living out in town. Jacking steel. Whenever we weren't out on mission, we were just jacking steel. And I came back like with moon face and just arm just stuck out. Couldn't even salute, and Sergeant Major comes up to me. He's like, you got to go to ANOC in 2 weeks. Like, what? So I lived on a treadmill for about 2 weeks for about 6 to 8 hours a day. Just walking on that thing, doing sprints, just dropping weight.
Yeah, it's brutal, man. I think we all know guys that have gone to ANOC and failed.
Yeah.
And it's like, how do you fail a PT? Well, that's how, man. Like, we go and we put on so much weight on these deployments. Or Bill, you guys didn't have a place to run. It's not like you were on Balad. You can go run the airfield. Like, no, dude, you got your team house, and anytime you leave that team house, you're security. I mean, it's
and some guys had treadmills in their team houses. We didn't. We took it over from a team who had just started building it. So all the weights that we had, I rented them from this guy named Eiffel, which Eiffel was my best friend. He actually ran into him here in 2019.
Really?
Yeah. We became best friends, and he passed away riding canoes with us. But he was like, he's the most fit dude I ever met in my life to this day. But he was working for Blackwater and stopped by and checked our place out, and I found out he owned a gym, and we hired him. I mean, we paid for it. We rented his equipment,
right.
And then we eventually hired him. But yeah, we didn't have no gym equipment. We were trying to get treadmills. They're like, we can't get it to you. I'm like, so what do you want us to do?
Yeah, and then that didn't really carry much weight when you got to the schoolhouse and said, hey, I haven't been able to run because I've been deployed.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
Right? Oh man, yeah, those were rough times.
Yeah.
So okay, so did you grow up on Guam then?
No, born and raised in San Diego.
Okay, so mom's from Guam. What about dad?
Dad, they're both from San Diego too.
Both from San Diego.
Yep.
Okay. But your mom's family side is from Guam. So did you spend much time in Guam growing up?
No, I never went to Guam until I went into the CRIF. It was SIF back then, 2005. So PCS over to Okinawa in 2003. I was on ODA 123, and then I eventually went over to the SIF. Went to the breaches course over there on Bragg, and then we went and did a deployment down in Guam, and my cousin's husband, Bo, which was in my company, in my troop, his wife was from there. He'd been there more than me. He's like, come on, let's go. So we go down to Santa Rita, which is the city right outside the big Navy station on Guam. They call it Big Navy. Well, I'd never been there, so I really didn't know my family history about that. So we go into Santa Rita, but then we go onto the Navy base. And we're looking at this really old cemetery, and it's really old, overgrown. Right, it's right next door to the EOD unit and the Navy SEAL Special Warfare Unit 1. Okay, and I see my last name on there, and then I go over there and I look at this monument. It's a big concrete cross, right? And it's got this plaque which got a picture on it with a farmhouse and a church, right? And I'm like looking at it, and it's got my family name on there, so we leave there and we go out into the village because my uncle is actually the mayor of Santa Rita.
Now, did you know this before you got there?
I knew that my uncle was the mayor of Santa Rita, right? Because my mom's like, oh, go see your uncle, boy, so we go up there and we go up to they're villages, right? They're really small,
sure.
So I go up to the mayor's building there, and I'm like, hey, is the mayor here? And they're like, oh, boy, he's not here. He's out at the ranch. I'm like, oh, man, so when's he going to be back, next week or something? Like, no, boy, the ranch is right there. Right? So, they'll have a house in town right there.
Okay.
But right outside of town, they have a ranch.
Okay.
And sometimes it's only like a quarter acre with a Connex, right, on it. But that's where the guys go drink beer and throw darts and stuff like that.
It's work.
Yeah. So, we went and visited him. And, and then the next day he's like, hey, come back tomorrow. I'm going to take you hunting. Okay. So I show up, and I didn't bring a weapon with me or anything. You got anything? What are we hunting with? Well, we're going to go hunting deer. I'm like, what are we going to use? Like, here's an M16A1. right? They all had these old M16A1s. And I said, all right, so what are we going to do? It's like, we're going to go up that hill right there. But what we're going to do is one team of guys is going to go up this spur. Another team of guys is going to go up this spur, right? And then we're going to get another team of guys run dogs up the draw.
Okay.
Right? So me being an SF guy, and knowing how to run ranges and, just knowing sectors of fire and stuff, I was like, yeah, this doesn't sound good, man. Luckily, we didn't see no deer.
It sounds like you're setting yourselves up to ambush yourselves, right? Yeah. Like you get guys on both sides. Yeah.
I'm probably going to get slam blasted for this, so I'm sorry, uncle or auntie.
That's just principles of patrolling. Yeah, it's a little different than hunting.
Yeah, we didn't see anything, though, so...
How old were you? You said that was 2005? Was your first trip out there?
Yeah.
And that's your first time meeting your mayor, uncle, any of the extended family? Did they ever come visit you in the States?
Yeah, multiple times. I'd seen them before me going to Guam. They'd always come and visit the family in the mainland,
So was your family pretty predominant there in Guam? I mean,
yeah. So from what I found out, so after seeing my uncle there, he told me that cemetery was all of our relatives, right? The house on the monument was actually my grandfather, where my grandfather grew up before World War II started, right? And the farm, there was a farm and a church, right? So the church was right there, was where they went to church. That house and farm was my grandfather's house. What his dad did was, before it became a U.S. Navy base, a bunch of different navies used to come through there from different countries before World War II. My great great grandfather provided supplies to navies and merchant naval vessels that came through.
Okay.
So my family used to own the whole it's called Arodi Peninsula. It was like a peninsula with that whole navy base on. It used to be my family's land.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're finding this out by really stumbling across the cemetery and then speaking with your uncle who, wow.
Yeah, it comes to find out, my grandmother was very young and she lived in the same village, and her family was taken by the Japanese and walked, I think, about 12 miles north, almost like a Bataan death march.
Right.
Like they would walk them in the heat and all up the road, and when someone would slow down, they would just bayonet them. If you were pregnant and walking slow, they just bayonet you and kill the baby inside. My grandmother was at I think she was like 5 or 7. She was a slave, like in the fields up there in the middle of Guam. And then she had an older brother who's actually working for the Japanese as a translator because he spoke Japanese, English, and Chamorro. But he was actually working as a spy for the Chamorro, like, resistance fighters.
That's it. So did you ever meet him?
Yeah, I met my uncle. Yeah, his name was Uncle Herman.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then my grandmother, she never really told me any of that stuff. She was always in her moo-moo, and at the house. She's pretty sick the whole time I knew her, so she walked slowly and all that stuff. But after hearing everything she had went through, I had just so much more respect for her,
Sure.
And she never talked about it.
It's just something that happened. And
yeah.
Wow. What so your mother and father were both born in San Diego then?
Yeah, my dad's my last name's Van Rickley, so everyone thinks I'm Dutch, but I'm German, Okay. And my last name in Germany used to be von Recklinghausen, right? Von Recklen, right? And there's a town called Recklinghausen, which is where my family is from. But when they immigrated to the United States, they didn't want to sound like they were German, so they changed the name to Van Rickley.
Okay. Yeah, I think that was pretty common.
Yeah, it's pretty common.
And so your parents, so when you were growing up, what were you like as a kid?
Whew. So,
You were the youngest.
Yeah, I'm actually the oldest.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Actually the oldest. I got a younger brother who's a retired Green Beret too. He's 7 years younger than me.
Okay.
And then my sister's a year and a half younger than I am. She's me, but with boobs. Right. My brother and I, we got different personalities. He's a great guy, retired team sergeant.
But you guys both went SF.
We both went SF.
That's unique.
Yeah, but our childhood was pretty extreme. Had both my parents were very young when they got pregnant with us. They were still in high school. Mom had me while she was in high school. It was during the 70s. So they were all pretty much doing drugs and all that. And we're from San Diego, the epicenter of meth. So my whole family is my mom's side of the family, and I believe majority of my dad's side of the family are all pretty much deep into meth, and we grew up pretty violent household too. My dad was a super narcissistic psychopath, so he really enjoyed delivering the pain, and if you were just sitting down reading or playing something as a kid all up until I left the house, if you weren't serving him or cleaning or anything like that, he beat the shit out of you.
Jesus, man.
So that's, I grew up, I believe that how my life was with him is what helped me be a better man as a Green Beret, and right now is what I'm doing now.
It gave you that resilience.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about earlier. You kind of learn street smarts and you learn how to deal with situations.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they were meth heads. We moved around a lot. We had a lot of times without power or water. They hid it really well, or people just didn't really give a shit, or were just afraid of my dad. My dad's a really big guy.
Okay.
Never ever lifted a weight in his life, right? Wasn't like obese or anything, just a big dude. I honestly think he's got some mental condition as a kid, because the guy is super strong, right? When he shakes your hand, it's like he's breaking it. To this day, which I haven't talked to him since 2012, but he's just a violent, strong, violent man that a lot of people are afraid of.
How was his parents? Did you ever spend any time with them?
Yeah, I have a really good relationship with my grandfather, his dad, who was the fire chief of San Diego, and his mother. But I do know that he didn't have a good childhood. And maybe it's because he was the first. He was the oldest. I was the oldest. I do know that my brother, he got his ass kicked quite a few times, but my brother had a different relationship with my dad, because my dad learned how to be a parent basically with my sister and I.
Yeah. I mean, it's no excuses. We talk about generational trauma.
Yeah.
He learned to be that way somehow, right?
Yeah.
It's like you don't get an instruction manual with your kid when you become a parent, and you learned how to be the way you are somehow, right? So again, it doesn't make it okay, but
I don't forgive him. I mean, I do forgive him, actually. Oh man, the word forgive, when you're a Christian, right?
Right. We were talking about this yesterday.
I struggle with it every day, right? So when I first got baptized in 2018, everyone's like, "Hey, you need to forgive your dad." I'm like, who are you to tell me I got to forgive this guy? Do you even know him? It's like, and then I have people calling me from, you got to forgive your dad. My grandmother, he's so sad, and he's hurting, and my grandfather, you got to forgive your dad. Call him, and no, I'm not.
Has he asked you for forgiveness?
No.
So after I got off the phone with you the other day, we were talking about the Lord's Prayer, right? Forgive us for our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, right?
Yeah.
And I always get stuck right there, because it's like, if I'm asking to be forgiven the same way that I'm forgiving those that have trespassed against me, and it's like, and I don't really forgive that guy because he's still a POS. Yeah. And, me forgiving him doesn't make him not a POS. Like, he's going to do it to somebody else, right? But then it dawned on me that you have to be asked for forgiveness. Right. So for you to forgive somebody, like they actually need to ask you for it. Right. You don't just forgive somebody who's wronged you if they don't ask you for it. So do you think that would change?
No.
So if you can't,
you know what? I can't say that. I would forgive him. I would say, hey, I forgive you. I hope that you get better. I pray that you find God. you know, and that he forgives your sins, you know, but I can forgive somebody, but I don't have to have a relationship with them.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So I have actually forgiven him in my mind, because that's the only way that I can release the hate and the anger that has really tormented me up until now, and still sometimes.
Yeah, because you're carrying it with you, and you're giving it energy by holding that grudge, right? But if you can forgive it, and you know, it was part of my life, and I learned whatever lesson I was supposed to learn from it. I don't know, you know, you get a lot of guys that want to know the why. Well, if God's real, then why is that baby sick? Why is that happening? It's like Paul Bach, one of my friends, I remember him talking about it, and he's like, the thing of it is, we can't even start to understand all the things that happen the way they happen and the way they need to happen. But I remember him saying this. He's like, how much must God love you and me to send his only son to die the way that he had to die for you and I, for our sins? Like, how much must he have loved us, right? How much must he love us to do that? Like, we can't even begin to understand all the things that he has going on. He put his only son through that for us. Like, and we're going to sit here and criticize and go, well, if he's real, then why this, why that? And it's just, man, it's so much bigger than us. But no, I appreciate you sharing that, man. I know it's the thing that I get caught on all the time, because, you know, there's been dudes that have wronged us, you know, throughout our career, throughout our lives. Like, people have wronged us, but if you hold on to that, then you're just giving them energy, and you're putting energy towards that. And just let it go. Let it be. Just be okay with it.
Yeah. Someone asked me the other day, is like, if you had to do it all over again, would you do it again? I said, yeah. And you sit and think about it. I wouldn't be here doing the things that I'm doing now and helping people that I'm helping if I didn't live that way, right? I'd probably be somewhere else, you know. Dude, in a big house on a hill or something like that.
Well, I would have gone pro, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I remember my mother, when I first came back from Okie, right? So circa 2009. I remember that was really the first time she kind of apologized, and she wanted to tell me she was sorry for the way that everything went when I was a kid. And I remember telling her, Mom, you know what? I'm happy with who I am. And so there's nothing to be sorry about, right? Like, I'm happy with who I am. I've accomplished a lot of things, and I wouldn't be here had it been any different. So I wouldn't change anything, right? It's like, if you can go back and do it again, would you do it again? And would it be the same? Would you handle that the same way? And it's like, yeah, for most things, because like you talked about, you wouldn't be sitting right here. We wouldn't be together if things had gone any differently. Yeah, we wouldn't be saving lives or affecting somebody's lives in some positive way, you know. And my mom, you know, I forgive my mom. You know, I have a really great relationship with her. She was 17, right, when she had me. She was still a kid. Absolutely.
You know, and that guy, my dad, monster, right? Really good at manipulating people and controlling them with his violence and all that. She was just she was his victim too, you know. And my mom feels horrible, right? And I sometimes get on these kicks where, you know, I start self-pitying myself, you know, and I blame her, and I won't call her for a week or two or answer her phones, you know, but I love her dearly. You know, I really care what she does. And she changed her life, man. When I was in the Q course, 2000, you know, some stuff was going on with her. She was still hooked on all that crap going up her nose, and divorced from my dad, you know, just living this effed up life. And I called her from Fort Bragg. I was in the Q course. I said, do you love your grandkids? She's like, yeah. Do you ever want to see them again? She's like, yes. I was like, well, you have two options. If you're not here tomorrow with the plane ticket I'm going to give you today, you'll never see your grandkids again. Or I can get on the airplane, come here today, you know, or by tomorrow, and see your grandkids for the rest of your life. Yeah. So we did. She showed up the next day, and she's, you know, she got a job in the commissary. She's been working there for over 30 years, you know. She's remarried, got a beautiful home in California, you know, so.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes that's what people need from us, is a challenge.
Yeah.
You know, just a hand and a challenge, right? Because she needed to do it.
Yeah.
But you had to give her that option and let her know, dude. That's huge, man. I'm really happy. I was going to ask you, how long did they stay married through your childhood?
Up until I was about 18.
Really?
17, 18.
Your whole adolescent, or basically your whole life.
Yeah.
And then what age did you join the military?
Joined the military at 19.
You were 19.
Yeah. So what happened was I left home at 15. I never graduated high school. I went to the 1 week of high school in Panama City Beach, Florida. Because from San Diego, I got in a bunch of trouble. I ended up in Panama City.
What happened with that?
I got into gangs as a kid, young kid, in East San Diego. And
what kind of gang?
It was. You ever heard of the band Suicidal Tendencies?
Of course.
So they're part of a San Diego. Back in my days, it was like Death Wish Kids. We were called the Death Wish Kids. Bunch of Mexican white boys, a couple black dudes, but we all wear bandanas and we all look like a bunch of suicidal tendency guys.
Okay.
And we were actually pretty. It was a pretty legit gang. We did some pretty hardcore stuff. I wasn't proud of what I did. I always had a job though. I always went and I worked at a car wash or did something, right, making legit money, but I also made some pretty bad money.
Sure.
We went to the beach one day on Labor Day, and we were all wearing our sweaters with some stupid ass nicknames in Old English on our stuff, wearing our baseball hat. And everyone who's anybody in the gang world always goes to the beach during Labor Day or something.
Okay.
And a bunch of Mexican guys.
Cinco de Mayo or something.
Yeah, some cholos came down from Logan Heights. And we were all sitting there by the roller coaster, and we just got in a fight. And I ended up in the water on my back, being drowned. And I had a screwdriver in my hand. And I stuck this dude in the back 3 times, right? While I was doing it, a guy that didn't like me because I was dating his girlfriend off and on, or a girl he liked, saw me get up and leave. That guy didn't die or anything. He let go of me and I got away. He told that guy where I lived. I had my own apartment in East San Diego. A bunch of my buddies or my crew lived with me. The next morning, my house got shot. It was my apartment. It was the first floor. It was starting to get shot up. I laid on the ground for about 5 minutes as they just blew every window in the house out.
Jesus.
Right? They left. I got on the phone, called my aunt who was living in Panama City Beach. And I said, hey, I got to get out of here. So I jumped in a car with a guy I knew was going out to Nashville. The next day. I rode with him all the way. He made a detour and dropped me off in Birmingham, Alabama. Right, and then he did him out north. I got mugged in the Birmingham bus station.
So you're what, 15, 16?
15.
Jeez.
No, I think I was 16 and a half, almost 17 at that time.
Okay.
So I get to Panama City Beach, link up with my aunt, start working in a kitchen, a restaurant, and then I quit that job, and then I went and worked on a fishing boat for the remaining time. Out doing long line fishing.
Okay.
And I started dating a girl that was in the National Guard. And I was like, well, I've always wanted to be in the military. She talked me into going in the National Guard. So I went and got my GED.
Okay.
And ended up in the Army in Fort Sill, Oklahoma as a commo guy.
So what did you know about the military?
I knew a lot. So my whole family was in the military. My dad was actually in the Navy. A bunch of my uncles were in the Army. One was in the Marines. Another uncle was in the Navy. My grandfather, World War II vet. So come from a heavy, heavy military family.
And you picked commo.
Or it picked me.
It picked you.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what I wanted to do, but I don't ever remember thinking I wanted to go operate a radio.
Yeah, it's curious, right? Because cell phones they were just coming out around this time. Like you had a flip phone,
in
maybe.
07, I joined the Army in 91.
Oh, okay. I was thinking a little bit later. Okay, so yeah. don't think you may have had the bricks that plugged into your car phone.
Well, I do remember back in 78, there were car phones. My grandfather had one in Kansas. My great grandfather had one. It was like whenever his phone rang, the horn would honk. But he owned an oil business, right? So it was probably some type of radio system that went through his car.
Right.
You know,
I didn't grow up like that. I was
yeah. But
okay, so your first duty station is Fort Sill?
Basic training.
Or basic training is Fort Sill.
I was in the National Guard, right? So
Army National Guard.
Army National Guard.
Okay.
But I switched. I went to I didn't go back to Florida. I went to San Diego. Right, back to San Diego, and I was there. My wife, now, I had a crush on her. I had met her when I was 15. Right, and I had a crush on her. She didn't have a crush on me.
Well, you were a suicidal tendency kid. I mean, who would have had a crush on you?
She thought I was a punk, right? So when my sister brought her home, before I had moved out of my parents' house, right, and I saw this girl as I came out, in a pair of shorts, no shirt, from the shower, hair all wet, She's like, yeah, screw that guy, right? But I had a big crush on her.
So it was your sister's friend?
Yeah.
First?
So I ended up coming home and then linking up with her, and then I was going to night school because I wanted to get my diploma so I could go active duty.
So you're National Guard.
Yeah.
You'd done basic training already on your GED.
Yep.
And now while you're in the Guard, you're just doing school.
Yep, night school.
Trying to get to the point where you can, because back then they wouldn't let you go active duty with the GED.
Yeah, you had to have a diploma.
Okay.
The need wasn't there right at that time. Right?
So you're probably 19, 20 at this time?
Yeah, about 20. Yeah, 20. So we already had a kid.
Okay.
I had my daughter. And then my son, she's pregnant with my second kid, my son. Right? So I'm going to night school to get my diploma, and the recruiter calls me up. She's like, they're taking GEDs now. I'm like, I want it, because I was working and going to night school. Sure. I was like, well, if I can just join, I don't need a diploma. Let me in. Right. So ended up going to 101st Airborne in January 1994.
As a commo
guy.
Okay.
A second 320, balls of the Eagle.
Balls of the Eagle?
Yeah. It's field artillery unit.
Okay. How was that? So you're a private... E1 to E4 while you're there?
Yeah, I was only there a year.
Oh.
1 year, man. 2 weeks after I got there, I got orders to Korea.
To where? To Korea?
To Korea. Second ID.
Wow, that's generally, that's what happens when, the general's mad at you. So,
yeah. Or just there's that luck of the draw where you get that Korea rotation. Right, and then what everybody says. Once you do something like that happens, you go to Korea, you come back. 18 months later, you get orders back to Korea, and then this mad cycle starts.
I got on that from the 82nd, so yeah, I'm familiar. But I did 3 years at the 82nd. Then I was going to do the Korea.
Yeah,
that's what I went.
I hadn't even moved my wife to Fort Campbell yet.
Like you said, you were there 2 weeks and you got orders.
Yeah. My wife wasn't even there yet. I got orders. Right? And then we're like, hey, we're broke as shit. Right?
Your head's got to be spinning.
Dude, we're on WIC and government cheese.
Yeah.
Right? That's the money. That's how much money I made, right? And I'm still getting going to get food stamps as a private, man.
I think we were making about $800 a month back then, right? With starting off, and you got 2 kids. Wow.
So what I did was I brought her out. For the longest time, I can't even afford to bring her out here now.
Yeah.
So we sucked it up for about 4 months, and I brought her out for about another 6 months. For the last 6 months, we got a shitty trailer right outside Fort Campbell. Had a 4x4 hole in the living room floor that was covered with 2 extra thick rugs.
Jesus.
Right, and we made it work.
Yeah.
Government cheese, WIC.
Dude, it's reminiscing and going back, 25, 30 years. Mm-hmm. A lot's changed. It's crazy.
But it's crazy how everything back then was crazy, right? It's like I made E4 in 1 year.
Yeah.
just by doing a good job, and your section chief or whoever, your platoon sergeant would write you up like, great job, Hua. Yeah, I promote you early.
Right, go to the promotion board, go to the soldier a month board.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man. Okay, so now you're going to Korea, and you said you went to Camp Casey in Korea. So did you say you were assigned to a tanker unit?
Yeah, tank unit as the commo chief. E4. Get there and they make me not the commo chief, like the assistant commo chief, set a E7 in charge.
Right. But you just did all the work.
I just did all the work.
Just all the work.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
that
your 1 year tour. So it's just a real quick down and dirty.
Yeah.
So you come back to Campbell.
So I found a dirty little secret that if you re-enlisted there, right? If you re-enlisted to go to Germany, it would screw up that cycle. Right, so I was like, I re-enlisted for Germany there.
Was Korea so bad for you?
Oh my God, I freaking hated Korea.
Okay.
Yeah. For one, I got a family to feed, so my paycheck went to a family. So everybody else, all the single soldiers there, they're drinking, going downrange and partying.
Downrange.
I'm that like slick E4, trying to figure out how I can make some money. Right. So I'm gonna drink some beers. With the boys, and
I was in the same boat, man. And you're right. As a married young soldier, I made E6 while I was in Korea, so I was making a fat paycheck, right, comparatively. Yeah. And all the money. It's just like there was never enough money to even go and really enjoy it. But I did make my way down to Taiwan a few times. I got robbed there. Yeah, terrible. But. Anyway, okay, so you do your year in Korea, and you just there wasn't anything that could have gotten you to go back to Korea. So you're trying to figure out an alternate means. Yeah. So now you go to Germany. So what unit in Germany?
First MP company.
You're an MP. Oh, not an
first MP. Yeah.
So as a signal person, you can be attached to anybody.
Yeah.
Because everybody needs to be able to communicate.
Yeah. So my wife's still not with me yet. Okay, I'm basically 2 years away. That little 4 months that she was with me in Fort Campbell was nothing because always out in the field and all that stuff. So I come back from Korea. I mean, we go to Germany. She shows up. As soon as she shows up, we're like, oh, we're gonna have this amazing family life. 1 year, I get deployed for 1 year to Bosnia.
Oh, what year was that?
95.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was there in 99.
Yeah, 95, and I just made E5, and here she is stuck back now she's stuck in Germany with no family and stuff.
And nobody, no support.
Got two kids with, picking their nose and crapping their pants, and, I'm not there to help. So I got back, and it was really hard to assimilate back into married life. And
just after the deployment, or because really, did you ever have a married life prior to that? I mean, you said you had that 4 months of
the most married life we had was not being married, living together in California, San Diego.
Okay,
right,
and that was pre-kids.
Yeah, well, that was Well, we had kids. We had our daughter.
Okay,
but I had a regular job. I was in National Guard, but I was working construction and scaffolding in the Navy shipyards. Okay. I was coming home every night.
Yeah.
So, we separated after I got back from...
So basically 3 years apart, from the time you really joined the military and started getting duty stations, you didn't see her for 3 years.
Yeah, basically.
And so now... So did you separate while she was in Germany?
No, I came back and it was my fault, Sure. I just couldn't... I just didn't assimilate back into married life, I was used to being by myself, not asking to come home, not telling somebody when I'm coming home late and stuff like that, and it just didn't work out. Not appreciating everything that she did as a mother, being by herself and all that.
Yeah.
We got separated. I went to selection, got selected, and in airborne school, I was just like, there's no way that I'm gonna let somebody else possibly raise my kid.
Okay.
So we got back together, and that's all she wrote, man. We've been together. We just celebrated our 31st anniversary.
Wow, dude, that's huge.
Yeah.
31 years.
Married.
Together
like 35, 36.
Wow. And that separation, I mean, if that was just for really for you to go to selection and airborne school. I mean, you weren't, it's not like you were out tearing it up. Like you were focused on the career, on like, what is your path?
Yeah.
So I'm sure there was, you know, some lefts and rights out of that path, but for the most part, you were so focused on that. And then airborne school, the realization hit you. What do you remember what it was where you're just like, no, there's no way?
No, I always loved her anyways. Yeah. You know, so
well, you had a crush on her since you were 15. So
I knew it was my fault, you know, but I also I was never really around my kids, you know, so I wanted to be able to be a father, you know, to mentor them and to raise them, you know, and I wasn't going to have somebody else do it.
Yeah. Dude, that's huge. Like having kids at 20, 21, 22, let's be honest, man, our brains aren't even fully developed at that point, and we're making decisions about today that are going to affect our whole lives, and we can't see the second, third order effects because our brains aren't there yet. So, I mean, having some slips as a young man, like I'm a big fan of giving people second chances. Like, and that's huge, dude. 31 years. Congratulations on that. And
I wasn't an angel. And I'm going to say that right now, just so you know, everybody knows. Like part of that, you know, separation. I wasn't an angel. You know, after we got separated, you know, and
I appreciate you sharing that, man. So let's get back to the Q course. All right. So airborne school. Now you decide, okay, no, we're staying together. So the separation, you never actually got divorced.
Yeah.
How long were you guys separated, you think?
6 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, and then airborne school, right back to and you started the Q course, right?
Yeah, right. That's how it happens, right? If you're not airborne qualified, you go right to airborne school. You can go right to the Q course. You know, I don't know where you ended up, but I ended up in those World War II barracks as you come in, and then you get farmed out to where you're going to stay at. Right.
So so the way that I did it, I got on the 82nd Korea rotation.
Okay.
I went to selection from Korea, but I left my ex-wife and my son. He was 3 months old when I had to go to Korea, so I left them there at Bragg.
Okay.
So when I came back, I was going back home.
Okay.
You know, so I didn't have to live in the World War II barracks there. When I was in the 82nd, I lived in the ones down the street on Ardennes. But so I know what you're talking about, right there next to the wind tunnel.
Yeah.
So where's your wife at now? So you're starting the Q course. They got you in the barracks. Where's her and the kids?
She's on her way to Bragg. We linked up at Bragg. You know, she showed up with the family and all that stuff. And then that's where, you know, once she got there, that's when I gave my mom a call and said, get over here. You know, and that's what, you know, my mom showed up and we had a living babysitter, right?
Perfect.
And a partner for my wife just to hang out with. And while I was going out, you know, to the field and, you know, during the 18 Charlie course.
18 Charlie course, yeah. So what did that take you? About a year and a half? Did you have to learn language?
Yes, I learned Thai. 2 years. So it took about a year and a half, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Rick talk Thai,
yeah. Oh, my God. No, Thai is a great language. Were you pretty good in Thai?
Not at first, you know, but what was it, 2008, 2009 when SWIC started really pushing, SF Command started really pushing language. You better
sending instructors over and stuff, right? Yeah, I remember that we were in Oki. It was probably 07 that we started getting formalized language training where the BC's like, no, you'll be over there. I think it was like 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Right, in the box, and they had you had to go.
I was over on, where was I? I don't remember where we were at, to be honest.
Yeah, it was all over the place, man. Because remember,
I was Indo.
Were you a Chinese speaker?
I was Indonesian.
Oh, Indonesian, yeah. Bahasa.
Yeah, Saya Tidak Suka.
Yeah.
Which now that means I don't like.
Yeah.
Which, coincidentally, Suka in Russian is bitch, so... and our dog's name is Suki for a reason.
the dog, yeah. No, I learned Thai, man. But I actually... so here's a funny story about Thai. Me getting Thai is when I was taking the DLPT, I'm in the D lab in Germany for selection. I didn't read the instructions on... There was a tape deck.
Right.
And they had a piece of paper. You know, here I am, this like jacked up E5, right? Just got selected for selection. I got to figure out, I know everything. So they just give me this tape and it was the instructions. I didn't even read the instructions. Well, I kept rewinding it because I was trying to, in the beginning, I was like trying to figure something out. And then I looked at the instructions and said, don't rewind it. Right, because you're learning the language or the rules of the D lab. Well, I learned the rules of the D lab, and I scored high on my D lab. So
they gave you Thai.
So they gave me Thai.
You're lucky it wasn't Mandarin.
Oh my God. So
you'd still be in the Q course.
Oh yeah, so I was a dumb son of a gun, man. Like as an E5 before I even went.
Dude, I had Indonesian. Where do you think I tested?
Well, everything I've done. I never went to high school, right? I didn't really pay attention in junior high school, right? But I've always been able to pick something up and teach myself. So
see one, do one, teach one.
Yeah. So for English, I used to write horrible. I went out and just bought an English 101 book and learned how to write. Right. Math. I went and bought a Math for Dummies book. Boom, boom, boom. I had
really.
Yeah. So I had a 105 GT score when I came in, and I took it up to 118 just so I could get into SF.
So with a GED, you were able to pull a 105, and then by taking a couple courses, you pulled it up to 118.
Yeah, because you had to have a 110 to get into SF.
Not when I went through. But okay, so now you're finishing the 18 Charlie course. You're going to first group. Is Okinawa your first SF duty station, or did you go to?
I went to 3rd Battalion.
So by the time I met you, you had already been in for 3-4 years.
About 3-4 years.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So talk me through that.
I went to ODA 184 in 3rd Battalion. We were a ghost team when I got there. So when I got there, when I left SF, a team had so much stuff in it. Everybody had a computer, right? You had all this technical stuff. You had foot lockers, like big Contigo boxes, right? Full of special gear and all. Teams had to be built bigger because we had so much special gear, right?
Right.
When I first got to a team, there was 3 or 4 wooden foot lockers, right? Like not even 18 inches high, man. They were probably about 3 feet wide, about 18 inches wide.
It's just your toolkit, huh?
Yeah. No, it was all your manuals because you only had one computer.
Okay.
You had one computer that had a hard drive, a green drive, and a red drive.
That's right.
And it was floppy disk. We didn't have CDs.
Jeez.
Right?
Man.
And that was the only computer that the whole team would do all their work on. Right? So, and then, our holsters were these canvas holsters. Right?
They were made in the Philippines?
No, they were made in the U.S., but they were the ones that had the little button.
I know what you're talking about, the little locking.
Yeah. Like our M4s had, had a high-speed flashlight on it. It was a mag light with the metal plumber's tape. Right? So you would turn it on before you twist it on before you go into the house.
Man.
And then my team didn't have hardly anything because we were a ghost team. We were just standing it back up. So all the teams in the company had raped, when that team was a ghost team, they went in their team room and raped all of its equipment. So that was for the first year, right? We were just struggling. And then one day I'm driving to work, right? It's on a Monday, I believe. I think it was a Monday. And I'm listening to Howard Stern, right? Because Howard Stern used to be cool.
Yeah, he was the original podcaster,
And everybody listened to him, and I was laughing my ass off, dude. And all of a sudden, he makes a joke about a plane flying into one of the towers.
Okay.
And he's saying it to where it sounded like he was joking around, right? And I'm driving into the compound. I get to the company, and I walk into the company, and everyone's got this weird look on their face. And for some reason, nobody's in my team room because I forgot that my team had the day off.
Oh.
Right? So now, as I'm in the B team, I see another plane. I hear that another plane flies into the other building, right? And then I go to leave back to my family, and I can't leave. I'm locked in on the compound because the group locked the compound down, right? So I'm stuck there for like 24 hours. listening to the sergeant major, thing. We got to order DCUs. We got to do this stuff. And, it's like within 12 hours of hearing all that stuff, where he's, trying to prepare for war,
Yeah.
But that was the start of, the rodeo.
How much different was that than when you deployed to Bosnia? Was your Bosnia rotation, did it just feel like normal, hey, we're going out to the field, like almost like you're going to do an exercise?
No, it was actually a lot more stressful deploying with the regular Army.
Okay.
Right? Like, you get there, you got all these, it's like being babysat, you know, you don't have the freedom of maneuver or freedom of movement as a young Joe, right? And I understand why, because, E5s and below is majority of the unit, we're pretty much retarded, we come into Bosnia. So get into Bosnia, right? You had to stop off in Croatia. You get plussed up on your ammo there, right? Because they don't want you traveling from Germany to Bosnia with ammo, right? So you go to this ISB, you get your plussed up with your ammo, right? Joe has 210 rounds exactly, right? Right.
Oh, yeah, they count around for rounds.
And then every day we had to do, like, magazine counts, right? And so we got into Bosnia the first night. I lost my magazine because I was underneath the truck disconnecting it from something, and one of my magazines fell out of my vest. Oh, my God. You would have thought I'd lost.
Dude, that's 30 rounds. Dude,
you would have thought I lost an ANCD, man.
Oh, shoot.
Like one of the crypto devices, So, no, but... deploying with SF and just being an SF unit is a lot more different,
Definitely.
Especially when, you're given that responsibility, right? You're expected to know how to do something. You shouldn't have to ask how to do it,
Yeah, that was...
And if you don't, figure it out.
Yeah. Towers come down. You're prepping to go to war. This is... How long had you been in first group?
I would say we're mentally prepping.
Mentally prepping. Like,
we're in first group, man.
That's
so
right.
Everyone's still locked in on their regional.
Sure. So you're still looking at Southeast Asia.
Southeast Asia, right? But we're like, yeah, we're going. And some of us went, like Nate Chapman.
Yeah.
First guy and first U.S. service member to be killed in Afghanistan was a first group guy. Yeah. Right? He was from my battalion. Actually, the company right next door, Charlie Company, well respected. I looked up to him. I knew him, and he was one of those guys he had been in the SIF. He was friends with another guy I knew named Bill, and he was on a team with my team sergeant when they were all in Okinawa. And so looked up to the guy, and just one day was not there, and the next day we heard that what had happened.
Okay, so did you end up getting to deploy with 3rd Battalion then? No,
not to the Middle East. We actually went to the Philippines because, the Burnhams got kidnapped in southern Philippines, Christian missionaries, we were going over to southern Philippines to help with foreign internal defense, because you got Al-Qaeda and Abu Sayyaf running around down there. So we deployed over to, and we did it was like how you read about it in the books, right? And in the Q course, Robin Sage and all that, right? We deployed to Okinawa, our 4th Battalion.
Right.
We isolated there for about, I forget how long, like up to, almost a month we were there. We did all of our range work on Okinawa and all that stuff. Then we flew down to Zamboanga, we found out what camps we were going to or what location we were going to on Basilan Island. We prepped for that. The night before, 160th showed up with their CH-47s, and we practiced loading, the load plans and all that. And then the day of, flying out there, the load plans went to shit. Right?
Every time. Doesn't matter how many times you rehearsed it the night before. It's going to be different tomorrow.
You land. We landed in Basilan, right, at night, and we thought we were flying into a hot, like total. No one was going to be on the ground.
I know exactly what you mean,
right?
Because you guys were the receiving team when I came into Holo doing that exact same thing. All guns up, like shit.
Well, we landed in AOB in Isabella on Basilan, and someone walks up to the thing, get out, right? They don't got lights on, we're like, get out. So we get out, we get in a 360-degree perimeter, and helicopter takes off to go get the next crew, next team, right? Mm-hmm. Because we're landing at the OB, and from there we're going to farm out to all our little where our ODA is going to be at. And I hear somebody going, "Has anybody seen my grenade?" Right? We're like, "What?" So the sergeant major's like, "What? Has anybody seen my grenade?" And one guy goes, I got it, right? And somebody goes, "What does it say on it?" And it said something like, some initials on it, right? And the guy who yelled it says, "No, that's mine," right? I was just like, oh shit, this is gonna be a long trip, man. Right. So they found that guy's grenade over on the HLZ. Wow. HLZ over in Zamboanga. But that's how it started.
Just missing grenades on infill. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
How was that trip?
It was really good.
18 Charlie. So
18 Charlie.
You're the man on these small deployments, right? You're building everything. The infrastructure is yours. Camp, like how it's going to run, everything's yours.
You said it. You hit it right on the nail. Like you control the op fund, right? Most of the time. Back then it was the 18 Charlie. You control the op fund. Right, so you had the money, so you control the contractors, you control everything that's getting done, right? You know the ins and out of the camp. We took over a coconut field. There was nothing in it, right? So we lived in a GP medium, right? Starting off, we had our GP medium where we had the talk, right? And then we just slept underneath these NEPA hut lean-tos. We built ourselves a little barracks out of coconut wood and NEPA hut, the palm fronds. Then eventually we built a chow hall, and we built a water tower, like as a Charlie, I did all that, Right. I built my perimeter with, concertina wire and all that stuff, man. We ran water from the local well uphill, and we hired all the locals to help us build it, laundry and all that stuff. Yeah. So it was amazing. That I learned a lot on that trip. I managed the generator, but I also went out on missions. I did a little bit of everything. So yeah, that was very important in my SF career. That trip, But we didn't go until like early 2002.
That was your trip to Basra?
To Basilan.
Or Basilan, sorry. Basilan. Yeah. So Basilan, small island in the Philippines. Yeah. All by itself, right? There's nothing.
I think it's like 15 miles south of
Holo?
Zamboanga.
Yeah. It's right in between Holo and Zamboanga.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, not a lot there. Everything that you're getting is being boated in, right? It's being brought in on little ferries, makeshift barges.
I'm paying the locals to bring the food in. I hired a cook, They're making the food for us right there, and we were eating well, but we weren't eating like to our standards.
Right.
But
so for people at home that are trying to picture it, right? It's almost like Naked and Afraid, but you've got some money and now you just have you just gotta make all the connections, but you're really showing up to nothing. In some cases, you might have a small building that you're going to live out of and work out of, but then from there, everything gets built onto that. So
I miss those days, actually.
Yeah.
Because that's when we still had one computer, man. And the only thing that we had to send messages out on was I forget the name of the
137.
Yeah, the 137, right?
So you guys were just sending HF, and it's probably one message a week, just a quick 5W sit rep. Yeah. We're still alive or green on all this.
I wasn't having to do con ops, right, on a computer, right? And tracking my money, I was on a freaking big op fund receipt book.
Yeah.
Life was simple.
What were they? SF-86? SF-86, I think, right? That was the receipt. Yeah, it was very simple, and not only was it simple, but you could get into a routine, right? That was the thing about deployments. Like, and we talk about this a lot. When we redeploy, you may take 2 weeks off, 2 weeks of leave, but within 3-4 days, a week, guys are back in the team room, not working. They're just in there, sitting there, looking at each other, bullshitting. Yeah. And it's like, that's our comfort zone, man. Like, we can build a routine off of that, and we're okay getting shot at. We're okay dealing with that, that high risk stuff, because it's a routine and it's every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I miss it too. That's something that is really hard to recreate in life once you're out of that. Like, how do you set that routine when your purpose is so significant? But yeah, we'll get into that. We'll talk more about that here in a bit. Okay, so first deployment to the Philippines with SF. You learned all the basics of SF there. I mean, because you really are working with the underground. Well, not so much the underground. You understand it.
The Filipino Army. They were our partner force.
Right. So you have a partner force, and then through the relationships that you build through families on the camp or just right there in town, that is where you're getting all your supplies, right? Because the military is not, they can't afford to fund us when we go to help them and work with them. It's not like we show up and they give us the best of what they have, but it isn't.
We didn't have helicopters every day doing ring routes, you know, and we weren't driving back and forth to the AOB just to get supplies and all that stuff. You had what you had. And that's why you had not fun. Right? Figure it out.
So the job of unconventional warfare, UW, right? The real bread and butter of what a Green Beret is. You just described that with that deployment, right? Like, you guys, what was the training cycle like? So you guys are training Philippine.
So we were there to determine where the Burnhams were, right? But we couldn't do anything unilaterally. We didn't have a SOFA agreement that says we could do any, combat ops, right? So what we were there to do is to train to execute the mission by, through, and with, right? So utilizing our partner force, to do the work for us, and that's what Green Berets are for, right? Train these guys up to do what you want and have them go and get them, and eventually they did. They did a hostage rescue on them. The Phils did.
I remember that. I was still in the 80s. Yeah, I was still in the 82nd, and my platoon leader at the time, I don't remember his name, but he'd been a missionary down in the Philippines. So, of course, he's tracking this like, oh wow, his wife was Filipino. I remember that, but other than that, I didn't have a clue about it. Yeah. And you guys are going in setting up rescue missions for these guys.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, some of the people I worked with were like the National Guard, the Filipinos National Guard version, right? They're called CAFCU, the Civilian Augmentation to Force, right? For the Filipinos, they had like their own little National Guard,
like a home guard type.
Yeah, they're just from that island. They worked for the Filipino Army. Right, but they were like they reminded me of like what Filipino scouts would have been back in like in World War I or something like that, or World War II.
Okay,
right. These dudes were straight up jungle people, showing up in a pair of shorts, no shirt, barefoot,
ready to climb,
tiny, right, ripped, right. But they all had like freaking M1 Garands, or something like that from World War II. Still using them.
Wow. Dude, I remember those dudes. We couldn't keep up with them, right? Yeah. They would walk through those llamas and just like it was nothing. They wouldn't drink water for days. Yeah. We're dying.
They had all these tattoos on their chest. The I forget what they call it, for protection. You know? And one guy's name was Leonardo. Man, and they said he'd been shot 5 times. 5 separort times, but never died because he had all these. And his eyes are always glossy because he's chewing all that. There was something that they always chewed to stay high, But those dudes are pretty gnarly, man.
Wow,
little warriors.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, so you got through that trip. So that is what we call a JSET, right? It was still.
That wasn't a JSET. That was actually a combat deployment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in Bosrel. That's right. Yeah. So was Zambo considered combat deployments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where they had the SOTF at. Yeah.
Okay.
Just SOTF P.
That's right. So because there were JSETs going on in the Philippines still, even though we were doing combat deployments there, because again, the Philippines is like 1,000+ islands, so
JSETs would be going on up in Luzon.
That's right, Luzon.
And that's where we were training.
That's where the SIF was training.
The light reaction company, the LRC.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember the LRC. Yeah,
they had the LRC up there, Fort McSci. So we stood them up.
Yeah,
so they had
your cousin and Rich and
so they had red, amber, green cycles companies, LRC 1, 2, and 3. And they would have red cycle up there at McSisai, and then amber cycle to go into their training phase would go down to Cebu halfway down.
Right.
And they'd do and we'd have a team up there working those dudes, getting them ready. Right. And then green platoon, right. Green cycle would come from Cebu. Once it was green cycle, they'd fly right into Zamboanga and start doing ops. And they'd either come with the guys that were training them in Cebu,
right.
SF dudes, and they would just all together land and do like a month or two in Zambo.
That's right. Yeah, because I had to go through Zambo 2 or 3 different times, and that's why I stayed with Bo once when I was out there for a couple of days. Usually I was only there for like a night, and then I was out. Yeah. But then you guys would come down to Holo. I don't know why you guys would roll through Holo, but you would. You'd come down for a week or so.
No, because you guys had Battle of Catan happening.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so you guys needed somebody to keep you safe.
Yes.
So we were going to bring the LRC down.
That's right.
So
okay.
we were the LNOs for LRC.
That's right. Okay, that makes more sense. It's been so long ago, man.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot's happened.
Yeah, it's been a long time, man. It was 2005.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my first combat deployment. Yeah. Okay. So, and you said you stayed there until 2007 is when you left Oki. So
yeah,
you hadn't gone to Iraq at that point.
No, not yet.
So you got your first.
Actually, I did
from
Oki.
Okay.
Yeah. Before I went to the SIF, right? So when I was in Basilan, I was with 3rd Battalion. Then PCS'd over to Okinawa in 2003, right? And then that's when I met you. I met you second unit, in SF.
Okay.
So PCS'd over to Oki in 2003, right after we got back from the Philippines, our initial trip. And from there, I ended up on 123, ODA 123, and we got the Rock Sifley mission. Well, it was the Koreans for the first time were going to go over to Iraq. So my team flew over to Erbil, and they were only going to Kurdistan. They were going to take over the Erbil airport. Okay, that's where they put their camp. My team went, picked them up. They came into Basra down in southern Iraq, and then we drove them all the way up.
Oh,
yeah!
Wow,
that's big convoy.
Yeah, that's a trip.
Right. And then,
so was that a 6-month rotation for you?
That was a 1-year rotation.
It was a 1 year.
Yeah, I think I remember 1 year.
Yeah. 1 year in Basra, in Erbil.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I remember right, there were 2 team houses across the street from each other. Was that?
Yeah, actually, it was part of one compound though, right?
Yeah.
So a guy named Fadi owned the mansion on one side, and then I think he owned the other one on the other side, and we just put
off the MSR.
Yeah, and we just put roadblocks around because we're in the Christian part of town. Oh
no, I mean I went out there. I only got up to Basra for a couple of nights in
Erbil.
I'm sorry. That had to be 2010 circa.
Oh yeah,
and it was super safe. Yeah, it was no worse than downtown.
But it was like guys just make fun of us. We would roll into Mosul and do ops. That from intel we gathered in Kurdistan, in Erbil. It's just really cool that once we crossed the green line, we were sort of like semi-permissive, and we didn't have to. It wasn't as stressful as the guys who were still living in a team house down in Mosul. You
can go into town and grab some chow.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We take the Land Rovers.
Yeah.
I actually drove my Land Rover from Erbil like 60, 70 miles to the Iranian border up through the mountains, Haji Omaran, with my Terp, just me and him, and then another Land Rover right behind us.
Dude, and I
won't tell you what border I crossed, but
and the borders are different there. You just all of a sudden you're in another. You're just in another country all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Whoops. Okay, so that was your first combat deployment. Well, not first combat deployment, first Middle Eastern deployment. How'd that go for you?
It was pretty cool, man. We had actually It was cool, but also it was horrible in the same breath.
Horrible because it's a year?
Because somebody in their infinite wisdom, and I'm not going to say who it was our commander, bro, but decided, hey, we're going to put 2 teams in one team house. Right? But also on those 2 teams, because the Koreans, they only talk to officers, right? They're very, we've been Green Berets for how long? Since Vietnam, since World War II. Why did we have to change things? Koreans won't talk to enlisted. So what did? We brought 2 officers, 2 captains per team. Right?
So you had 4 captains.
4 captains.
So you had 4 team leaders, 2 teams.
We had actually 2 team leaders, 1 team leader per team, but eventually it morphed into where the other other captains thought they were team leaders.
They thought they were running a split
right, and
out
they
of...
had this little war amongst each other, right? So it was probably the worst decision in leadership that I ever saw.
I wonder how that conversation went down. They'll figure it out. It's like somebody had to apply common sense.
We tried.
Jeez, man, I don't get it.
But as a good soldier, you push back and a couple times, and once they say,
Army.
once they say, go move out, like Roger.
Yeah.
So, but what was nice is we had the Azaish, my team had the Azaish, the secret police for Kurdistan. So we did a lot of targeting with them, and then the other
a lot of plainclothes stuff with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other team had one of the infantry units from the Iraqi army, from the Kurdish army, but they trained them up as just regular infantry units. So they would roll down and do ops with them down in Mosul.
What was your training site like out there? Because I don't remember.
So it was nice,
seeing a range or anything.
Well, every once in a while, we'd be driving. It's like, hey, I'd say to one of my Terps, like, hey, Haval, where do we go and shoot? It's like, anywhere. You're an American.
Right.
Right? Yeah, like, yeah.
Yeah, test fired.
Yeah, where can I take this thing and shoot, like it's up in the hills. So we actually had a nice range right outside Erbil.
Okay.
Demo range. And
yeah, I just thought of that. I never made it out to y'all's range. While I was out there. Okay. So roll back to Oki. So mom and the kids are in Oki.
Yep. Then I transfer over to the CRIF, the SIF at the time.
Okay.
And that's where I became, went to Master Breacher School in Bragg, over at the unit. And then just to a certain level. And then stayed there till 07. And then we went to Iraq. Yeah, I actually went to Iraq 2 times.
From Oki?
From Oki, yeah.
Wow. See, I couldn't... When I left Oki, it was 08, and we weren't getting the call on anything. Like, I just spent basically 3 years in the Philippines. That's all I was doing was back to the Philippines.
I was sort of lucky. I always got to do the first things. Like, we were the first C11 CRIF unit, SIF unit to go over, and we started that rotation.
So you went with 1, 2, 3
to
Erbil.
To Erbil, yeah.
And then I met you after that because you were still on that team.
Yeah.
And that's when Rommel was on your team.
Yeah.
You left that team, went to the CRIF, and got on the only deploying team from the CRIF.
Yeah, well, actually, the whole company went.
The whole company, all of C.
Yeah,
okay.
That's when they brought a company, Alpha Company, from 2nd Battalion over to take our spot.
In Oki.
Oki.
Oh, to backfill you guys since the National Mission Force is gone.
They had taken a pretty in-depth cephalic, so
gotcha.
They filled in for us for 4 months because it was only a 4-month trip.
I remember that. I was still there for that. Yeah. So I do remember that because there was, I want to say, only 3 or 4 teams total from 1st Battalion that got trips to Iraq.
Yeah.
2, and they were both Bravo Company teams.
Yeah.
Off Company didn't get a go, and then Seco took the whole company.
Yeah.
So I missed all of that.
Yeah.
And I was bitter. I was, as much as I loved Tandawai and, hanging out in Angeles City and some cool places, I did enjoy myself, but we're hearing stories about our brothers that we went through the Q course with, getting into firefights, getting killed in Iraq, and it's that's where we wanted to be, right? Yeah. So, but you figured it out, man. Good on you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you finished. So That 4-month trip, what was that like?
That was amazing, man. So nothing like going somewhere and being the top dog, right? Other than the National Mission Unit that was there, right? We went there. We had a partner force, Iraqi counterterrorism force, right? And we did bilateral ops, right? We went out together. And I was a mobility sergeant major, so we'd go out, with we had 2 troops, right? Every once in a while, a troop. Most of the time, a troop would go out at a time, right? We had 2 mobility sergeant majors, but I was the lead guy in charge of both.
Even Scotty.
I had a guy named Rod Baca. Was the other guy, great guy. And then, but, all day long, we got teams out there all over Iraq just making targets, man, building targets. So we had nothing to do with it. We would just wake up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, go work out, get our vehicles ready around 5 o'clock, go eat breakfast, lunch or dinner at that time, right? And then we go PCI the vehicles, get them all ready, line them up, do test fires, get the radios, put the med, all that stuff, make sure the jammers are all working. And I think roughly around 6, 7 o'clock, we go in and get the update brief, for
what
the
are
night.
the targets for that night?
Here's the target deck, bam, 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 bam. And then you'd just be sitting, you'd have like a pager or something like that if you went anywhere, and then as soon as you got it, you had within like 5 minutes you had to be inside. You're briefing within 20 minutes to with your partner force, right? Who's got way more missions than you ever had because he don't leave, right? He just operates. He's just like, bitch, I operate. That song. So those dudes, they could flow, right?
Yeah.
But we'd come up together. We get some overhead imagery. Some ISR if we had it. And then we would just come up with a quick plan. Are we doing a half or a gaff? And you had, I believe you had no more than 30 minutes. You had to be rolling out the door.
Yeah.
Right. The whole task force rolling.
So how many targets were you guys hitting each night?
We went out every night, right? And as soon as you went out, you didn't come back till the daylight. Right. Right. So we had flex targets. Yep. Flex targets, boom, boom. And if something wasn't happening by the time we were done with the first one, we'd just go over, sit somewhere. Go to the green zone since it was halfway in, it was in town, and we'd just sit there and wait for more targets. Then every once in a while, we link up with the other troop and go do like a massive 2-troop hit,
Wow. So this 4 months is nothing like the year you had spent prior.
Running and gunning.
Yeah.
I don't think we had one night off.
How's the family?
We didn't talk to them that much.
They were just doing whatever.
Hey, it's short 4 months. It's like it's like a J set. We'll be back. Let me just focus on this. We didn't have cell phones back then. Still didn't have cell phones, right? Cell phones just came out.
Yeah, that's about that time.
I was on a trip before we went there, right? When I met you,
I had a Nokia.
They had and it was all the BlackBerries.
Yeah, E61 or something.
Yeah. So it was really hard to communicate. So and if you did by chance you got on a computer and you were on like Google, but it took forever, so it wasn't worth it.
Yeah. Okay, so how's your mental health? You loving what you're doing? Just now, everything's gravy? No, at that point.
At that time, yeah, I'm loving it, man.
It's just this is what you do.
I'm a senior E7 right now. I've got a crew of like chemical recon dudes that they gave me as my drivers, right? I've got EOD guys that are attached, not really attached to me, but I'm in charge of because they're running their jammer truck, As the mobility sergeant major, we'd roll in, the boys would go in, take down the target, start doing SSE, and I'm out there just slugging, just in a huge gunfight. Most of the time we were in a gunfight from the time we went into Solder City to the time we hit the objective, and until the time we left Solder City. And then every once in a while we'd get from Solder City back to Raptor Base, we'd be getting in a bunch of gunfights every once in a while. Jeez. But it was fun being a mobility sergeant major because you're out there in a gunfight. When it was a half, it was amazing because now I'm just a guy who's got no responsibility. Right. Right. And I'd always be on the same chalk as my cousin, you know. So Bo and I would just be running around acting a fool. I mean, doing what we're supposed to do, but just having a blast, you know. See a hole, fill a hole, right?
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so you come back from that trip. Now it's on PCS. You're going back to First Group Maine. Yeah. 07, right?
Yeah. Yeah. PCS. We landed. Rolled up the family. You know, you're back. Now I'm back over, and I'm over. I hurt myself a couple times. You know, in Iraq, but I'm back, and now I'm working in Opstet over in Fort Lewis, only because now the CRIF is on this rotation thing to go back into Iraq. Okay. Like I think every 4 or 8 months, right? So now they've picked Fort Lewis as one of their, you know, ISBs. They tried it one time as an intermediate staging base, so they would stop there, train up, and then go into theater, right?
Kind of do their isolation and everything there,
so
get
I
them
went
away
over
from
there, and I
families.
became the environmental guy, and also one of the shooting instructors at the group Opstet.
Okay.
So, and I was also like a liaison for Charlie Company coming in.
So what injuries did you take in Iraq that were preventing you?
I had a couple fast rope accidents. One on our rehearsal, we had just got our new Merrill Sawtooth boots came in while we were in theater, you know, and we wore them and then we did full kit. But a lot of us didn't realize that the heels on the Merrill Sawtooth boots were too big. So when we went up there, we went up 60 feet full kit. We were right above the concrete, you know, helo pad. We went out just like normal, and a guy named Tom Corey and I put our feet together. Tom was below me, and he just zoomed in, and he just burned in. Right. Slapped right into the concrete, and then I just came burning in too and landed on top of Tom. Broke his leg.
Jeez.
You know, and then but we still got on the bird because that night we had a mission to seal off the backside of. We were going to rope in to seal off the backside of a target while the boys fast roped in on the roof. Right, but Tom still had a broken leg, right? And we come in and brown out, and we had a 30-foot rope, and then we had a 100-foot rope. They threw the 30-foot rope out, and they couldn't see it, so they had to cut it, and then they had to hover up to right around 100 foot, and we could actually see down below us from the brown out. And everybody went out the left side of the bird, and Tom went out. I gave it to a man with a broken leg.
Dude, that's a long rope too.
Yeah. But that screwed up my neck, which I didn't know at the time, you know. And then during that trip, we had an IED. An EFP hit us. Well, it blew up right in front of my vehicle, and big old ditch, hole, crater, and my truck went into it. And I was sitting. We would ride on the tailgate in the back of the truck, under nods, staggered, 5-7 vehicles, driving about 40 to 50 miles per hour. You know, nobody could see us. And it ejected me, and I hit the turret because I was sitting facing backwards, and I helicoptered. And then we recovered the vehicles. I go in there, I pull the vehicle, we yanked the vehicle out of the hole, and I have my vehicle's got a jammer on, so I reach in the driver's side door, and I hit the jammer off. And as soon as I hit the jammer off, something blew up underneath us.
Why'd you turn the jammer off?
So we make a SAT call.
Okay, so you had to make a call.
Yeah, and my neck was inside the up armored Humvee doors. You know, it's like sort of, and my neck. So I had my mitch on. You know, and torqued my head as it threw me out of the vehicle. So we get back, and then another fast rope accident on our last mission where I was the rope master, pushed everybody out, going onto the second floor balcony, and as I was going by the second floor roof ceiling, the roof, I got swung into the roof line right there and snapped my neck over on it, knocked me out. I woke up laying down on the balcony, and I got up and started running and almost ran off the balcony, but they grabbed me and pulled me back.
Geez, so two at least pretty serious TBIs then.
Yeah, I didn't know it at the time. Just we didn't ever say anything because I didn't want to leave.
Yeah, the question comes up a lot. It's like, well, did you go see a doctor? Did you go like try to fix it? It's like, you have to understand how hard it was to get here.
Yeah.
And now if I go say something's wrong with me, I lose that position. Yeah. I lose there's a line of people just waiting to take my spot here, and no, like I'm not going to go say anything. There's a line of people,
but also those guys got to be trained, right? And we don't want to quit on our bros.
That's true.
That's the biggest thing, right? Is I don't want to leave theater and leave my boys. What happened if something happened to him while I'm en route because I fell and I woke up? But we got back. So we got back to Okinawa, PCS. Went over to OPSTET, started training, but then I started having some dexterity problems and feeling problems in my feet and my hands. And long story short, when got checked out, neck is damaged, so they had to replace. I had to do multi-level disc replacement, and then went to the Warrant Corps.
Jeez,
in 2008.
So the surgery that they did on your neck, what was going on there?
And just, I had those dexterity issues, and they're like, hey, they were going to fuse me and medically retire me from what the doctor said. And I was like, you're fired, right? How
many years? Because you're probably at like 10, 12 years at this point, right? How many years do you have in?
I'm at, I'm probably around 10, 12 years.
Yeah, we were still pretty cock strong back then.
Yeah, so I said, I just watched a UFC documentary where some dude got multi-level disc replacement in his lower back, right? And he's still fighting. Why can't you do that to me? And he's like, well, just so happens I can. But you'll be the first one in the Army, and you're going to have to give me a waiver or agree to it. I'm like, I agree.
Yeah, done.
Get it done. And we did it.
What was the recovery on that?
It's pretty gnarly, man. I was on Oxy. It was probably a couple months, but I had to come off the Oxy because I was like, I'll never get addicted to this. I'll make sure I don't take it. And then eventually it got to the point where I was like looking at my watch, trying to make the time go by faster, and then I'm like, I can just take one more, a little hour early, then I started taking I could take 2 an hour earlier.
Yeah.
And I overdosed. And I think I overdosed. The doctor said I didn't, but man, I felt like shit. I called him in a panic. He's like, just lay down and chill out. And I did, but I never touched it after that day.
Wow. No, it's dangerous, man, and it happens quick. I've heard it thrown out there, 3 pills 3 times a day. And now you're already going to go through withdrawals, i.e. your brain stops producing the chemicals that, the pills are providing. And, your body's lazy. So it stops producing that after 3 days, 3 pills a day. And yeah, dude, it's brutal. Okay. So how long did you have to spend in OPSTET? Was it a 3-year gig and they kind of counted it as your SWIC tour?
Well, it was supposed to be. Right. So I'm there at OPSTET for about a year, right? And a year and a half. And I forgot to say that I actually had been selected to become a warrant officer while I was in Okinawa, right? So before I went to Iraq. So now, and I actually wasn't supposed to go to combat. I was non-deployable, but on the way to Iraq, the guy called me when we're at 10th Group getting ready to fly in the country. He's like, you can't go. I was like, well, then you can just pull my warrant packet. And he's like, well, just don't get hurt.
Yeah, of course.
I said a couple other things.
Why would I get hurt? Come on and put that on me.
I was like, I told him a couple other things, and like, well, just don't get hurt, So, but I got hurt, and so I sort of forgot about it. Being a warrant officer, it left my mind after I got back and I was at OPSTET having a great time doing cephalic and teaching the boys and just think, oh man, I just got to get back to a team. And then somebody called me from S1 and says, hey, you're due to go to the warrant officer course no later than, I think it was January 2008, right? I'm like, why? He's like, because if you don't go by this time, you're out of the Army. I mean, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, when I didn't know that once you become selected to become a warrant officer, right? You go into this weird stat thing, and if you don't go, you're out.
Yeah, I don't know if they do that anymore. Do they still do? Is it?
I don't know, man. I was like,
because I remember they used to take your rank, right? Like you get there and they take your rank, and now you're not a rank at all.
No, we got
you got
right.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I think it was like a week. We had to have something. I forget.
But there's like a limbo period.
Yeah.
Right. Where like if you failed the PT test or something, like you're just out of the military because you're not enlisted anymore.
Yeah, you're a reservist actually.
Yeah. So okay.
Yeah. So
it's some weird rules.
That may be getting it wrong. I just, I never really paid attention to that kind of bullshit. I was like, I just want to be a warrant, or I just want to be an SF dude. I don't care if it's enlisted, a warrant, but I just want to go and do ops. Know. So I went to the warrant course. That was a blast. And I was actually in the first class that didn't have to go to Fort Rucker.
Oh, so you did yours at Bragg?
Yeah. So, and then I came back and I was on 1316 over in Alpha Company 3rd Battalion, which was a blast. America's team.
America's team?
Yeah.
I think there's some stickers somewhere in here that contradict that, and they say they're America's team. Okay, cool. So, did you spend the rest of your career on that same team?
No. So I spent from 2009 to 2012, and basically we did 2 trips to Afghanistan during that time. Pre-deployment training, Deming, Washington, Deming, New Mexico, El Paso, and in between, also during that time, I went to ASOT level 1, right? And I mean ASOT level 3.
Okay, 3.
Right, and then I also went to the manager's course.
Oh,
right, and then I went to a 1-year deployment where I was the ADVON and the Rear Von.
And you're at 31 years married.
Right.
Wow, dude! Like,
so basically, that whole time, I was never home during my 2009 to 2012 trip.
Yeah. How could you be? I mean, the long course is 5-6 months there. Manager's course another month.
Yeah.
Year-long deployment. I mean, a 3-year chunk gets eaten up really quick.
Yeah.
When you've got that high of an op tempo.
And then we did the PDSS too.
Yep.
So it was almost like I did 3 years. It felt like I did 3 years in Afghanistan.
Wow.
And it affected my family tremendously. So much so that I'm raising my 13-year-old granddaughter. Right.
Okay.
So.
Wow.
Since she was 6 months old.
Wow. Okay. Those 2 trips to Afghanistan, any significant events that stand out?
Ben Wise, my medic, died on our last mission. Lack of the sleep cycle, right? There was basically non-existent, right?
Right.
So,
well, you talked through it earlier.
We had commandos, right? So basically, my first trip we moved there, we had commandos, but we were supposed to be out of the wire once every 24, 48 hours. But you got 2 teams. Once again, we had 2 teams. This is the second time this happened to me, right? We had 2 teams on one base, right? And but it wasn't actually a base yet because it's still being built by a 7th Group team. So we're living on a DEA base, right, in 3 connexes, right? 2 teams with our equipment in these connexes with us. We're sleeping on the equipment, right? And our team room, our ops planning bay for both teams was smaller than this studio.
Wow.
Right. So that was pretty horrific. Just the quality of sleep, the planning, and then training, is just, and trying to get out, we came back pretty wrecked from that. The team did. And then we, came back a little bit more prepared. The camp that we finished building right when we left, for us, our fire base, Von Prosser, in Kunduz, was done. And we did a good job on it. I had a good 18 Charlie named Kevin Fleich. He crushed it, man. With a guy named Tu Nguyen, Deuce. We call him Deuce. They crushed it, right? Because they had some help. But we came back and we were next door to the unit. So we helped those guys out quite a bit. And that trip was, you had to be out. You still had to be out within every 48 hours, right? You had McChrystal's tactical directives. I think it was actually the first one was McChrystal's tactical directives, which was a joke, But
I don't think I'm familiar. I don't remember hearing that.
Tactical directives where McChrystal had it, where there's all kinds of rules where you couldn't actually launch mortars unless you got like permission from the SODIF and a bunch of stuff, man.
Yeah,
it was
I got you.
crazy. It was right before he got fired, right? Which I'm glad. A lot of guys would probably slam me for that, but we dealt with his staff near the end, and they were pretty horrible. But I think the worst thing was the op tempo, the amount of time you had to be out on the ground, which, hey, we're Green Berets. Understand. We need to get out there and be on the ground in the Ville amongst everybody doing ops. But, you go and do your missions. You come back, you got to do op sums.
Yeah.
Right. You still got to collect intelligence so you can go out and develop targets. Right. You go out and do your ops. And you're like, yeah, out every 48 hours, but you got to be out for 24. No less than 24 hours. And you got to come back. And then you got to do your op sums, but you still got to do some of your. It's pretty.
And you got to train your commandos.
And you have to train your commandos, but also you got to get some sleep.
Oh yeah, let's not forget sleep, food, like any of that stuff.
Yeah. There was basically no time to work out. Right. So the only fitness you got was, during patrols and all that stuff, and, doing missions. I'd still do it again, though. It was awesome. Going out there, opping, just conducting missions with commandos and my team. But I came back pretty wrecked. We lost Ben on our very last mission. Within a couple months, dude, I was team packed up, landed in Fort Lewis, Washington. I was PCSing back to Okinawa. No grieving. Wow. Nothing, and that's when it hit me when I went back and I was the CRIF operations officer.
Okay.
The moment I landed that day, I flew out. I put my wife in a hotel and we had a typhoon fly away.
Wow.
And then we come back from the typhoon flyaway. I put my wife in housing, and then we had to do. We had a full mission profile down in Guam.
Okay.
And it was on, man. Now back to like running and gunning, but now in Okinawa with our partners in Southeast Asia.
So as the company opso, you don't get any time at home either. Like you're busy, right?
No, man.
Pretty much the whole time.
You had your a certain amount of time to be recalled as being in the CRIF.
Yeah.
Always, and
all the
there's only one of
flyaways,
me, right? So in the CRIF, right? They have
nobody can replace you. Yeah.
Yeah, they got different troops, down troop, up troop, and all these guys.
Not
me.
You. That you're the one.
So that took a toll on me. That's when you would see me. I'd be all stoked to see you guys right out the range, But down deep inside, man, I was dark. Like I was crying deep inside, screaming, and I was starting to think about how do you commit suicide. I wasn't thinking about doing it yet, right? But I was thinking like, all right, all these guys, why did these guys commit suicide? How did they come up with the ways that they did it, right? What did they do to get past that hurdle of fear of pulling the trigger or swallowing the pill? Or, and when I was on the full mission profile down in Guam, I had never been the operations officer for that mission, for that type of FMP. It's an annual one, right? Mm-hmm. And, SOC pack comes down and everything. It's a huge exercise.
Right.
It's annual. And I was in charge. I had a commander, a brand new commander who really wasn't there, right? Experience-wise,
okay.
Company commander. And it was all pretty much on my shoulders as the operations officer, man. And I was just getting yanked from left and right, and I was trying to figure it out, man, but I was still spinning from getting back from Afghanistan. I was emotionally screwed up there, and I called my wife one night, man, just like, I don't know what to fucking do. And I was crying. And it's the first time I'd ever cried to my wife about my job.
Right.
Right. And I was just like, man, I don't know what to do. And I wasn't crying because it's hard. I was just like, tired, confused, and she said, breathe. You'll get through it. You're not in danger. And if you fuck it up, who fucking cares? It's a training mission. Right? And that, I was like, holy shit. Right? Because we treat everything like it's real.
It's real. Everything matters. Everything matters.
Right? Everything. Like, and I still did it when I came back, but she helped me get through that. And then, it was done, right? Last mission of the FFP. Oh my God, man, I can rest, dude. Right. I can just get some sleep tonight. Maybe go have a beer, dude. Get some sleep, and we wake up in the morning and start doing AARs and all that stuff. But everything's good, right? Nope. The guys who are on another little island, part of the mission, got in trouble. At a bar, got in a fight. I had to deal with that. Yeah, I got done, right? And then Benghazi happened. And now we're getting ready to fly home. Stand down, you're staying here. We're going to do another full mission profile, right? But we're going to train up for we're doing Benghazi type stuff in Southeast Asia. So it was just non-stop, man. And I was on the verge, man, of killing myself by the time we left there. I was just trying to figure out how to get the balls to do it.
Jesus.
But then I would start figuring it out, but I'd get these pain, guilt. I would just feel guilty. What am I going to do to my family and all that stuff? And then what are people going to think of me? My legacy, Rick, he was a pussy, And then I made it back. And then I went surfing one day. Actually, no, I didn't go surfing. I went paddleboarding. Right? I had never paddleboarded before, but I went paddleboarding and catching waves. And it changed everything. Because for one, I wasn't good at it. So I was falling in the water a lot, but I was having fun. And I wasn't worried about everything that was on shore. I was worried about not drowning.
Right.
But I was having a good time at it. And I got hooked. And that's all I did, man, for my free time. And if I didn't do it, I was an asshole. And my wife would freak out.
Let's take a break real quick, and we'll pick up at surfing in Okinawa when we come back, dude.
Yeah.
That's huge. He's got a... Okay, so right before the break, you were telling us about surfing and how that was... You were finding yourself out there in the water.
Yeah, man. It's one thing about what I figured out about paddle surfing at the time. I hadn't really started shortboarding or longboarding, right? I just stand-up paddleboarding, and there was waves in Okinawa. So I started I was watching it on the internet. It was the new hotness, right? And but when I was out there, you're focusing on trying to stay on the board, not drown, right? But when you would fall in, you just get this... this feeling of water, you come up and you just feel better. So I would never think about what was bugging me on shore. Right. And then it would hold me over for at least 24 hours, but it got to be an obsession to where, when I was home, because we were traveling a lot, right, I would surf as much as I could. And my wife knew it was helping me. So she's like, you need to go surf. You need to go surf. Right. And then, you got to the point that whenever I was going to sock pack for the conferences, planning all the J sets for the next year as a CECO OPSO operations officer, when I was in Hawaii, I was planning all my free time surfing in Hawaii.
Right.
Right. I would rent boards, from Oki. I arranged a rental board. I'd make sure that my hotel was always right next to the beach, As soon as we got out, everybody else would go drink, downtown Waikiki. I was going back to my hotel to get on surfboard, right? We would deploy, and every once in a while we'd be in an area where there's water or waves, right? So I'd always bring a surfboard or arrange rental surfboard wherever we were going,
So most of the guys are bringing golf clubs for stuff like that, right? For downtime.
Not the criff.
Really?
They would bring extra money, right? Just so they could drink,
right?
And then but what I did is I brought road bikes and surfboards, You know,
Wow.
because I took my job serious. And I was always the guy that's just making sure the company is running. Because we were still on call while we were gone too.
Right.
So, and then eventually moved to once we were done with Okinawa, I PCS'd. I found a job in Hawaii because they wanted me. So I won the General Douglas MacArthur Award in 2000.
What does that mean?
That is like I was the #1 company grade officer leadership award for SOCOM.
That's a huge award.
U.S. Army, not SOCOM, but U.S. Army Special Forces Command. Right? Yeah, I didn't want it, man. Honestly, dude, I was like, they said you got it, right? And Pat Collins, my company commander, when I went to Alpha Company for a little bit, I went to go shut down. When I was the Charlie Company OPSO, they asked me to go to Alpha Company for a bit so I could go help shut down Jasota P.
Okay.
The last mission. So I went down there with Alpha Company and helped them shut it down. And for 6 months with Alex Ho and Pat Collins, and then also Justin Duvall. So we came back, and Pat put me in for the MacArthur Award, and I got it. And I appreciate it, but those type of awards, it just,
people fight hard for that award. Like they spend their whole year planning on trying to get that award, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it sets up most officers. It sets them up for their career.
Well, that's what happened. They were like, well, things have changed, Rick. Because as a warrant, your path is sort of planned out,
right? Because
we're such a small cohort, right? That I plan on going to, after Charlie Company, in Okinawa, I plan on going to group ops, right? So that guy knows I'm coming in, so he's planning on where he's going. So if my plan changes, everybody's plans change,
right?
So they told me, we're looking at you going to SOCOM, eventually going to SOCOM to be a warrant over there. And I was like, I don't want it. I want to stay operational as much as possible, and I knew I had a feeling it was the award that changed things,
right?
So I was like, I don't want to do it. And I was still struggling mentally, and my biggest fear was being away from the water, right? So I asked if I could go to Joint Interagency Task Force West out in Pecom, which is in Hawaii.
Okay.
So, and I was dumb. I didn't actually call the guy and say, hey, what's your op tempo like and all this stuff, because everyone says, that's a great job. You'll be home a lot in Hawaii, but you'll be working with the partner force like a liaison. So I get there, man, and dude, it was twice the travel,
really,
of being in the CRIF, because I was the only. Well, there was two of us actually, but I was really the only guy who traveled. I was the only long tabber, right?
Okay.
So, Philippines, Cambodia, Thailand. Where else?
So you're setting the conditions for all the upcoming trips for the CRIF to go and do their JSETs and their train-ups.
Any soft unit.
Any soft unit
for the the law enforcement agency on our host nation, like the Filipino Special Action Force, right, which is like a Filipino SWAT unit, and then the Maritime Police. So what I would do is I would coordinate for our partner force. I would coordinate soft units to come in and teach them lethal training.
Okay.
And then, because Joint Interagency Task Force West has DEA and HSI and all that stuff in it.
Right.
So they were doing counter narcotics type stuff. So whenever they needed tactical training, I would facilitate it. But I had to go down for the opening ceremony, go home, and come back for the closing ceremony. But then I'd also have to go on trips to PDSSs too, somewhere else. So
you're doing the planning, the opening ceremony, closing ceremony, and then all the backside stuff that goes along with that.
More than 3 countries, So, and then planning Balakatan, stuff like that, planning conferences. So
even when you're home, you're working 12-hour days.
Yeah,
one of those situations where you're the first one to get to work and the last one to leave, and just always busy, and then you're deployed, and it's the same rules apply.
Yeah.
And
so, but I got to surf a lot whenever I was home, right? I would surf a lot, and it got to where I started getting really good actually on a short board and then eventually a long board, and just living that waterman lifestyle, and I was still trying to get seen though. Like I knew I was having issues. My wife's like, when you're not in the water, you're a complete asshole. And your temper, I was starting to blow up on them.
Okay.
And she's like, you need help, so about a year and a half before I decided I was going to, before I retired, I decided, 18 months out, one thing about being at SOCPAC, 18 months out, I said, I'm retiring. So I had about 18 months to get ready to retire, which was nice. Okay. But during that whole time in Hawaii, I was trying to I was losing my memory. I was super, super angry, still sort of suicidal. But I just didn't know how to get help. And I knew that there was a place like NICO, right? All these places where these SEALs and everybody was going for 2 to 3 weeks, getting all their brain scans and all that stuff.
Right.
But I was trying to get seen, but I wasn't in the regiment anymore.
Right. So
nobody really wanted to own up and fund it. Right. And also I was the only guy doing my job by that time at JIADF West. So I started just getting seen, over at in Hawaii. I don't remember. I just started doing all my appointments for the VA and stuff, and they gave me bupropion, Wellbutrin, and that actually helped me quite a bit. It kept me focused.
Now, is that kind of a low grade
anxiety?
Okay.
Anxiety, depression, which I didn't know. I asked for it for focus, right? And then they bumped me up to the maximum dose. And I'm here to tell you, don't ever come off it without your doctor helping you.
Okay.
Because about a year and a half ago, I came off of it thinking everything was good, and all of a sudden I was starting to get like suicidal thoughts again. But I wasn't depressed. But I just started getting all these weird thoughts in my head, and one of the social workers I was seeing through the VA in St. Augustine is like, so are you still on the bupropion? I was like, no, I quit that cold turkey. She's like, what? So
it's one of those things you're supposed to taper off slowly.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. So those intrusive thoughts that you're getting, were they similar to what you came back to after that last trip to Iraq when you first started paddleboarding? It's not that you're planning on it; it's just the thought is there. And why? Why is it there?
Yeah, it was on my mind a lot. Why did this guy do that? What drove him to do it? How does somebody like that? How does somebody start thinking about that and planning it? But I don't think I still had the guts to do it.
Right. So when you started getting seen by the VA and you first went to the doctor and said, hey, something's going on, I've got some TBS. I
never got seen by the VA for that, for like mental health issues.
Who put you on the Wellbutrin?
A psychiatrist in Schofield Barracks, right? Went up there, seen him, and then they gave me some drugs. That's because I was asking for stuff for focus.
Okay.
But I think they determined I also had anxiety too, because that's what I got a VA rating for, is anxiety and post-combat stress.
Okay.
One of my ratings.
And so you said you had 18 months to retire there. So this is part of that retirement. You're starting to get seen.
I was lucky, man. I had enough time. I had, in regular SOF units and regular Army units, man, those guys only get sometimes 6 months to a month to get ready to get out of the military.
Right, 20-year career.
But I was actually a seasoned guy. I've been mentored by senior guys in SOF. So I knew how to retire properly.
Right.
And make sure that I'm taken care of. And had all the proper paperwork, all the x-rays, the medical stuff done. So getting the rating that I deserved was easy.
Okay. Now, what about was there a unit over there specific to like the invisible wounds, like Intrepid Spirit, things like that? So that didn't exist as you were starting to retire. So this was
actually, that kind of stuff actually started kicking in, I think, right around 2017.
I was going to say, so you were getting out around 16, right?
I got out in 19.
In 19, okay. And I started hearing about it at Fort Bragg around 2016, maybe even 2015. I started hearing about it in Germany, kind of that Intrepid Spirit, invisible wounds. They were NICO. They couldn't really figure out what they wanted to call it, but ultimately it was getting the brain scans from the TBIs, trying to figure out what's going on with the gray matter, and
that's also when the SOCOM SEA, right, started. They started like voicing how a lot of them were battling PTSD and marital issues from stress, right? So once I saw that senior leadership started talking about it,
right,
in order to make it all right for guys, because it still wasn't, it was still unsafe career-wise to start talking about having PTSD and all that stuff, and having troubles with post-combat stress, and I mean, still didn't want to get that black mark,
and that's what it was, right? We were talking about it a little bit earlier. It takes so much to get to that position. The last thing you want to do is voluntarily withdraw and give up that position, right? That you earned the right to be there. And that's really how we saw it. As soon as you acknowledged that you had an issue, it was like, okay, cool, brother, we got you. Go take a knee, go to the B team. And then, that who knows where you go from there. So I'm happy to hear that they're being less, I guess, judgmental on it. And they realize that we just all have some variant of post-combat stress. And that's just it.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see that there's options that we didn't have now. So we were talking just a little bit ago. We were kind of talking about our kids being in the military, and they just don't have the same desires to go and be SF, for instance, right? Yeah. You and I both have sons that are in the military, and it's talked about a little bit, but for us it was just a lot clearer. Why do you think that same desire isn't there as much?
I think my son, like for instance, my son, right? He enjoys what he's doing, 11 Charlie, and he's a jump master. He's I'm super proud of him. I mean, he's actually a jump master. I never made jump master, right?
So he's got that on you.
Yeah, he's got that on me, man.
That's good.
Just like my brother, Halo jump master, all that stuff. I went to Halo school, but I didn't become a jump master. But I don't know. Not just for my son, but for everybody. I think it's the leadership in the military nowadays. It's like there's not a lot of mentoring going on, right? Because what does a squad leader have in his pocket or his hand now?
He's got his phone.
He's got his phone on him, right? And what is he doing? He's worrying about his social media, right? And all that stuff, and how he's looking to the, surfing the internet and all that stuff. Remember when we grew up, we didn't have cell phones. Our boss didn't have cell phones. The only way he entertained himself at work was mentoring us. Right. So it's like I ask my son a lot of times, about his injuries and all that stuff, and like the counseling that he gets from his leadership throughout his whole career. And he didn't get a lot of it only because, like PCSing, there wasn't like a lot of help getting ready to leave somewhere or, going on leave, like asking like, hey, when you going on leave? I can't tell you, Dad. Like, what do you mean? You guys don't have a long range training calendar?
Right.
You don't have an idea? It's like, no, it's just like our op temp was crazy, and, it's just, I see a lot of soldiers not being mentored on like getting out. I can't tell you how many people I know that still are getting out, man, that have no clue how to work the VA system, to do a VA claim.
Right.
How to get your family ready to enter into the civilian world. And it's because their leaders aren't making sure that they have as much time as they need legally, right?
Right.
To get out of the military. It's ridiculous, man.
So I think we were talking about it earlier. When we were growing up without cell phones,
Yeah.
you know, if we had a question, if we wanted to know about something, we went to a person of authority, right?
Yeah.
Our parents,
Yeah.
right? Mom, dad, hey, why is the sky blue? But, you know, whatever. And now the kids, they go to their phone. They don't come and they don't ask us those questions anymore. And it's almost like they've become more independent, but less independent at the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's because they have the answer right here in their hand, but
Yeah.
they don't know how to execute that answer.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So with these younger leaders, I say younger because we're getting old now, but with these younger leaders growing up with the answer right there, I mean, I can't even imagine what a promotion board looks like now. Remember, we used to have to memorize all that stuff, and now it's in their hands, so they don't make them memorize it. It doesn't make sense to make them memorize it. It's like they can look it up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just changed, you know. I mean, it was different from when we were in how the Vietnam vets did it, right? And then from how the Vietnam vets did it and World War II guys, you know. So, but it just now you got that device, man. That just takes all the attention that should be on our junior soldiers,
Yeah.
right? Being mentored takes all that attention away from them.
You're right.
You know?
No, you're absolutely right. Oh man. Okay, well, let's get back to those feelings, right? Those thoughts, those intrusive thoughts. The water is what's keeping them at bay.
Yeah.
Your wife's realizing it. You're realizing it. Mm-hmm. You just need to be near the water, but you can't be near the water all the time. You can't be in the water 24/7. So how are you balancing this?
I got really fit, right? If I wasn't surfing, I was working out a lot.
Like, you know? David Goggins just...
Yeah, like I would go I'd be in Thailand, you know, and I'd just go on these long-ass runs in the middle of nowhere or downtown Bangkok, you know, or just working out. And what I started doing was I started sharing a lot of what I did, right, online, social media. Hey, I'm doing this. This is how I'm feeling. Being open about how I was feeling and how things were, how what I was doing now was affecting me, you know, in a good way. And I started getting a lot of people following me and being pretty stoked on what I was doing. And a lot of people saying, hey, thanks for being so open and vulnerable. And I started doing that with surfing, posting a lot of my stuff on social media. And a lot of people were like, man, you're doing, you know, they were getting motivated, you know, and a lot of people started surfing with me. I started, you know, guys just coming into town. I start teaching them how to surf, paddle surf and all that. And I started building, like, I could go all over the island of Oahu to every surf break and everybody knew me, you know, just because my reputation, you know, and what I was doing, how I was sharing what I was going through. And that's how I, when I wasn't in the water, I was exercising. And then when I wasn't exercising or in the water, I was sharing what I was doing with other people. So that's also one of the things that helps me heal is sharing, is helping others. You know, that's my goal in life right now is, you know, to help others.
Dude, that's awesome, man. So you just found your new purpose. You created your new purpose.
Yeah.
Right? So you left the mission.
I don't think I created it. Right? I think God pushed me that way. Right? I think everything that I've been through my whole life, I feel that it was God pushing me, guiding me that way. This is what I want you to do, right? I'm gonna give you some trial and tribulations, right? But really, it's just a training mission. You know, you're just training up for what you're doing, and how I'm running Task Force right now. You know, so COVID. You know how I started, because I started Task Force during COVID.
Well, before we get to Task Force, right? Okay, so you transition. Let's kind of focus on the transition. So as you're going through that, you're getting the support that you need. They're giving you the time off that you need.
Yeah.
You're using it with a purpose, right? You're seeing doctors, you're trying to get the help that you need. You just don't know what's wrong yet.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong yet, and so I was working for GoRuck. On my leave days, I would go, and since I was in Asia, GoRuck was hiring me to go run GoRuck events in like Sri Lanka, Japan, Taiwan, Korea. So I was starting to amass a following also on Instagram and social media, being a GoRuck cadre. And then GoRuck was actually getting ready to film a movie in Thailand, and they called me about 9 months before retiring and said, "Hey man, we just had the guy who was planning the Thailand thing just quit. He was actually the director of operations of events for GoRuck 2. He's like, do you know anybody who can do something like this in Thailand? I was like, well, it just so happens I speak Thai.
Right.
And I'm always
You're
there.
like, Sweetie cop.
Yeah, Sweetie cop. And so we went and did a site survey with the owner, Jason McCarthy, and we got along really well. And we planned, it was almost like a, Amazing Race.
Okay.
So we planned, an infill via, we had 2 teams that had competed all throughout the year, and I had been with them during their competition events to get to the World Championships for this event. And we had a team from Mexico and a team from Japan. So Jason and I went down to it was in Pattaya.
Okay.
Right. And I was like, I don't know who decided Pattaya, right? I was like, but I wasn't the one who chose the location.
Okay.
But I was like, hey, these teams are going to come in. They're going to infill via parachute, tandem air jump, and then they're going to go in some village in the woods, and stay there and eat some bugs and all that stuff as a challenge. And then they're going to end up scuba diving, free diving down to this buried treasure box, right? But what I didn't know is all these actors, some actors were coming in, role players, right? That were part of this whole scenario.
Okay. For the documentary or the movie?
They were part of the Screen Actors Guild, right? So they actually had rules where they had to have like a babysitter, someone who took care of them, made sure they got fed, make sure, So who's the best to do that is a SF team sergeant.
Yeah.
Right. So I had the Just Mag Thai NCYC take leave. I asked him to take leave, and he came down and did it. And then who's best to run logistics for the whole event is an SF
18
Charlie. So I had a retired guy from Chiang Mai, Sam, right? Preacher. His family built the village. They ran the vehicles. They provided chow. And they were also role players.
Dude, that's awesome.
We had a good time doing it, and Jason asked me to when I retired if I could. I was planning on just doing a year, driving around the United States for a year or two in a 40-foot motorhome.
And just surfing?
Surfing.
Okay.
Right.
So staying around along the coast.
Well, just the whole U.S. Just doing what I'm waking up and just doing what I want, mountain biking or whatever. And he's like, hey, man, do you want to take this job? And I was like, yeah. And I was trying to find a place like if I retired where I wanted to retire, and with some of my belief systems and all that stuff. And Florida was the place, anyways. At the time I didn't see anywhere else that would fit what I wanted.
Right.
So I moved to Jacksonville Beach and started working for GoRuck.
So that was circa 1920. Okay.
2019, and then I was still having the mental issues.
Okay.
Right. Still having the depression, forgetfulness, angry outburst, and all that. So someone told me about home base in Massachusetts, in Boston.
Okay.
And I applied for that, and I got accepted. So it was 2 weeks. You go up there, do the brain scans and all that stuff. You go get evaluated if a lot of your stuff is physical or mental.
Okay.
Right. So they determined that I was more on the PTSD track. So I went up there for the initial 5 days, doing all the evaluation, came home, and then we went back for the 2 weeks. But COVID had hit.
Okay.
Right. So now it wasn't the program that I thought I was going to, because my wife would come up on the weekend between the first 2 weeks. after the first week, and then you do like the weekend together, doing like equestrian stuff,
some integration stuff too. Okay,
stuff. But it was all via like Zoom calls now. So they brought my sister in on it. They brought my wife on it. It actually turned out well. But a lot of the things that they found out is a lot of my PTSD and a lot of things that make me tick was from childhood. A lot of the severe child abuse that I had endured as a kid that I had sort of shut out. It was from that, So I was talking about something and I was thinking about it, and my sister was there, and she says, "I got something to show you." Right. And she put it on the screen, and it's this, and there's a picture of it that I gave you of this. It's like a bunch of drawings.
Let me pull that up real quick.
There you go.
Okay, so we'll pop this up real quick.
Okay.
Okay, so tell me about this drawing.
So it's hard to see because it's on the side, but there's just a lot of things going on there, and that's really my sister's life, right? And I was a part of it, right, from childhood all up until really till when she turned into an adult, But there's pictures in there of me chained up to a bed, right? And that I remember that now as a kid in Kansas. My dad would. We moved to Kansas for a couple of years. I would remain chained up to a bed for days.
Why?
Just because he was just a sick fuck.
Jesus,
yeah, really. I mean, and then one of the other pictures you saw, but we started talking about it. I started talking about things, and my sister started talking about things, and we never really talked about it. And I had drawn some of those pictures, and she had drawn some of it, and some things, and they were very similar.
So just going through these real quick.
Yeah.
So this one.
So right there is, whenever I would read a book, right, I would have to hide underneath my bed and read, because I used to like reading Louis L'Amour books.
Yeah.
The cowboy books.
I know them well, yeah.
And my dad would rip the bed. It was a bunk bed because I had a little brother, right? He'd rip it and throw it. My dad was super strong. And as my dad's kicking me, I always remember my little sister looking in the door.
Jesus.
Right? And I'm not an artist, So a lot of the things in here I had never really attempted to draw, and I just drew them out of the top of my head, And these are all drawn during that home base thing. And then another one of the other ones is, the 13th or 14th birthday party. My dad hung out, all his tweaker friends, bikers, So my dad wasn't home one day when I came home from school, and one of his biker buddies was there. He knew it was my birthday, so he decided, hey, I'm going to give you your birthday spankings with a 2x4.
Jesus,
That was, all the way from, 3 years old all the way up until roughly probably 6 or 7 was, remember the old army belts with the metal rivets?
Yeah. That's what that is.
And that's, he would make us pull our pants and underwear down and hold our ankles and whip us till we were bleeding, and then if you moved or cried, right? Or grabbed them and just tell them you love them, like, please, Dad, we love you. It's like, you get more,
Jesus, brother. That's rough, man.
Yeah, so that's, so there's a problem with, ever since we've been married, my wife's like, whenever we're sitting down in the living room, I still do it to this day, right? Where everything's quiet and she's just chilling. I feel like something's wrong. Right? I can't sit down and relax. I don't sit and relax. From the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep, I'm doing something. And if I have any white space, which I like to have white space, right? It's my goal in life to have some white space so I can just relax. I fill it. Right? And that's one of my, that's just something that I've done since a kid, because I'm afraid that if I'm relaxing, somebody's mad. you know.
Wow, man.
But that served me well in SF.
Well, you always found a job. You know, it's like
See a hole, fill a hole.
Yeah, you always plug that hole.
Never be the first one sitting or the last one standing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it served me well in the Army.
We were talking about the resilience that it builds when you come from a broken home earlier, right? It's almost like recruiters can go straight to, all right, where's all the guys that are, you know, had rough lives growing up, man? All right, there's your SF guys, you know, bring them in.
We were just talking about that the other day, man, right? It's like, dude, so many dudes I know were like ex-gangbangers.
Yeah.
You know, horrible lives, you know, and it's just like, why? How did we pass that mental evaluation, you know?
Right.
Because we had that resiliency in our brains.
We
Survival.
know. Yeah, we know the answers.
Yeah.
And speaking of the gangs, how did you get out? Was that
It was after that one day that I stabbed that guy.
Yeah, because you had to leave, right? Yeah. So they just basically severed ties at that point.
Yeah, I left. I didn't even tell him I was leaving. I just got out of the vehicle and left. And then came back after I joined the Army and stuff. And, you know, I see those guys still nowadays, you know, and I call them the gimme crew, right? It's always, hey, Rick, give me a ride.
Yeah.
Give me a smoke or give me $1.
That's funny, man. The kids in Kosovo, we used to call them the gimme kids.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they always wanted MREs.
Gimme.
Yeah.
Oh,
Give me MRE. Give me, yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny. So was it ever discussed?
What?
Just that, like, yo, what happened? Like, you used to roll with us. Like, now, like, you run into him, it's like,
no,
you just kind of went different ways.
I just say, man, you know, it's like I grew up.
Yeah.
Right. I had kids. Right. So the funny thing about it is I came from a good family from the outside. Outside looking in, it's a good family. You know, my grandfather was fire chief. You know, my mom's parents, you know, retired Navy. You know, we had good culture in my mom's side of the house. You know, and when your uncles and aunts come in, you always get up, give them a hug. You know, amen. You know, grab your uncle's hand, shake them, or amen them. You know, respect. You know, so I was never really disrespectful to like my elders. You know, I had some good values. It's just I got wrapped up in gangs purely out of survival at first. Yeah. Right, I needed a place to stay because I didn't have a place to stay because I left the house of horrors. You know, and then I had to figure out how to make money.
Yeah,
you know, so I started selling drugs. You know, and it just a lot of stuff rolled from there.
And look at us now, man.
Oh, yeah, dude. I was talking to my cousin the other night. I was like, man, there's so many, like, I got like 4 or 5 friends from my teenage years that were lifers in prison going back and forth, right? And there was something that they went and did that I was actually supposed to be with them there one night, and I didn't go, right? And if I hadn't went that night, I wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't be here. Yeah, right? Absolutely. There's so many things, so many times that you can recount. Like, if I had done that differently, you know, my life would be
completely different. I mean, probably not even be here.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, so Go Ruck is going well.
Go Ruck's going well,
but your brain's still
first couple months. So I started there in July 2019.
Okay,
started working there July 2019. This weird sickness is going around, right? People are starting to get sick all over the world. You know, it's getting close to October, November, right? December, you know, I go on this really big vacation that I've never been able to go with all my family. We all met in Costa Rica, had a great surf trip, you know. My brother, you know, his kids, everybody, you know, my cousins, my mom. Ran a huge house on the hill in Costa Rica, you know.
Nice.
Just a great time. And then, you know, there's talk about on the airplane about everybody's sick, you know, and stuff like that, you know. And then I go to home base, you know, in January. I think it was January or something like that, 2020.
Yeah.
And get seen through all this stuff. And some things were going on at Go Ruck. I was told I was given charge to fix some things, right? I I fixed them, but some things changed when I went away. You know, somebody made some decisions when I was gone. Mm-hmm. And I was like, hey, man, not for me.
Right.
You know, so I quit. Right. I'm not going to play those games. I don't have to. Yep. You know, I still like Go Ruck, you know, but I'm not going to play those games, you know, so I quit. And then I just went home, didn't have any work. COVID hit. Right. And everybody we were living on a Navy base in Mayport, Florida in our 40-foot RV. Right. And we were enjoying it, man. And on the campground on the Navy base, you know, had the best beach in North Florida right there on the base. And, you know, everybody got locked down, but except for the beach on the base. All the beaches in Florida got locked down initially. Okay. Except for the beach on the base. And a lot of surfers, vets, guys who had access to the beach were going there. So we had this crew starting. We survived COVID, man, surfing like 5 to 8 hours a day. You know, guys would get out and run and go do like a Zoom call on their cell phone, you know, with a polo and wet shorts, right, in their trucks, right. And they're like just checking in, you know, because everybody had to work from home, right. You know, but I ran into this dude. I was walking up the boardwalk. He got done surfing, and I seen this Hispanic dude, right? He's Puerto Rican, but walking down the boardwalk, and I was like, "That's a soft guy, right?" Hey, you soft? And he's like, "Yeah, Ranger battalion, right?" He's retired, right? I was like, "Yeah, me too." I was SF, and we hit it off, right? And then he like that day offered me a job, right? He's like, "You want a job?" I'm like, "Where?" He's like, "Asymmetric Warfare Group." So I applied with Yorktown and got the job, you know, and then they weren't locked down yet completely, but as soon as I got hired, we went into lockdown.
Right. So now you're teleworking.
Yeah. So my first 6 months of the job, I'm teleworking from home, surfing. We had nothing to do. Right. Right. So I started working for AWG as a teleworker. Nice. You know, and then I was going to get ready to move over to a different squadron that was in the Pacific because I was on the Ukraine mission set. And
this was prior to Russia invading Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I was going to say you were really busy once that happened, but they'd moved you over to another.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but then right when I was getting ready to move over to the Pacific squadron, AWG decided to close their doors. They were shutting the unit down.
Oh, okay.
So I was there all the way up until the last day.
So would you work for them for about a year then?
Year and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, year and a half.
So then that contract ends. So COVID's done by now though, right?
Yeah.
So where are we at, about middle of 22?
Yeah, 21.
Middle of 21, okay.
Yeah. That's when I decided, you know, with that group, everybody that I was surfing with, man, was like, dude, you bring people together, man. You like, you know, you motivate people. Everybody sees you on Facebook, you know, you out in the water, you're preaching about how water's helping you and all this stuff. And everybody, you know, sort of comes around and hangs around you. Right. And we started this group called the Dirty Mayport Crew.
Dirty Mayport?
Mayport Crew. Which was, it was cool, man, because it was just, we all survived COVID that way, man. And we all had this chat group. You had to have an iPhone, right? Right. To be in the chat. But, dude, COVID was nothing when we were surfing. And so I was like, hey, I met a guy named Leo, a Navy CB, whose surfing saved his life. He had tried to commit suicide a couple times. And surfing saved his life. And him and I founded Task Force Hydro1 together. And it was, you know, we were like, hey, someone's like, well, let's call one of those West Coast nonprofits and join with them, you know, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And we gave them a call. We're talking to them and like, so the money that we raise for us and all that, how do we get it? Like, we'll decide how you get your money. I was like, well, that's not going to work here in Florida. Right. No. My donors aren't going to like that answer, you know, so, Leo was like, hey, let's just give it a chance. Let's give it some time and think about it. Well, that night, I just went and started the LLC, right? And the next morning, I was like, hey, we got a nonprofit.
Well,
at least we got the LLC started, right? And then let's do the paperwork.
Nice. And, so tell me, what was the idea? Because did you have a mission in mind? Because the mission just came to me. It's like, this is healing right here.
Yeah. The mission is to show people, to share with people what Leo and I had experienced from the water, right? How it saved our lives with our mental health, and to create like a rally point, right? For veterans and first responders, where they knew that every month there's at least one day where they can come and just hang out. They didn't even need to know how to surf. They didn't even need to go in the water. But some rally point where they got to go and hang out and not have to do something stupid. Like that's what I always hated about the family retreats in the unit, a group, that the chaplain ran, right? Yeah, you go away for a weekend and spend some time with your family, but you got to come and do this counseling session or this group session, on Saturday. And like, man, I just want to get away with my family, So we started it at a beach right by the base. We planted a flag there, and every third Saturday, 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, and we haven't missed a day yet.
So is it families too?
Families too. Anybody, really, even civilians, right? But our charter is for service members, veterans, first responders, and their families.
Okay.
But civilian, we love having our civilian members too because they're great volunteers.
So talk me through this. I show up the third Saturday of August. What am I expecting? Like I've never surfed before. I don't know anything.
You get a big hug from us, man. You get to meet everybody. Everybody comes up and introduces themselves. I ask, you want to surf? You know how to surf? Like, yeah, I know how to surf. Or I don't know how to surf. I go, well, hey, we bring surfboards, soft top surfboards. And we give instruction. We go out there, teach you how to surf. You don't have to pay for it or anything. And then for about an hour, and then you're on your own, And sometimes the guy teaching you how to surf doesn't really know how to surf that well either, And my theory on that is in the military, one day you're in E4, right?
Yeah.
And you're learning how to shoot from or instruction from your boss.
Right.
Right. But all of a sudden one day you get promoted and the next day you're teaching somebody how to handle this radio and you don't even know how to handle it, right? But what was given to you? A manual. Right. Right? You're like, I don't know how to do this, and your boss looked at you and says, well, you're in E5 now, figure it out. Right? So what does that do? That builds
purpose. Yeah, absolutely. Gives that young instructor who's just maybe a couple days ahead of me, but it gives them that that purpose as well.
Purpose, right? Gives them responsibility. Teaches them something. So when vets get out of the military, right, a lot of them don't have a purpose.
That's right.
And they're just sitting there spinning their wheels, but all of a sudden they come to the beach, right, and they've been hanging out with us for a couple months, and all of a sudden like, hey Jeff. Well, hey, can you take this guy out and teach him how to surf? They'll jump at it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I'll help. So.
That's awesome, man. Okay, so 4 hours. How often do you see the... So I'm picturing, the scene from Point Break when Keanu Reeves is out there and she's telling him, like, your face is so different. It's just like it's gone. So how often do you see those moments where people just... They really do lose themselves or find themselves out there in the water? And
every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Wow.
So
you're 100% success rate at like showing them this new thing and just...
Yeah, I mean, we have the guys who come and it doesn't really work for them because they really need some type of clinical type of help.
Sure.
And I'm really quick to let people know after a few experiences, like, we are not a crisis. We don't handle crisis. We're we're preventive, right? But we're linked with people who can handle the crisis, right? Because being a new nonprofit, a couple times we had guys, with alcohol problems or just really bad issues, and they're calling us and like, hey, I need a place to go. I need to come to your place or something like that, and I just can't bring them to my house because my kid, and all that stuff. And I got some pretty nasty feedback on the phone, but I went out of my way to help them.
Sure.
But when say you come and you have that big smile and you're like, hey, how do I do this again? Well, hey, here's our WhatsApp chat. We have a Task Force Hydro1 community chat, which has surf chat, paddle chat for our paddlers, and our Ohana chat, right? So Ohana is basically just the open chat. You can talk about anything, right? Surf chat is really where guys are that they're putting up a salute report whenever they go to the beach, right? Hey, I'm at the beach showing a video, size, activity, location, unit, time, and equipment, right?
Right.
And we tried to do our surf report like that.
Sure.
And then everybody's on it, man. Like, if I look at my phone right now, it's probably blown up. So now they have a 24/7 chat where they can arrange, like, hey, it's not the third Saturday of the month, but who's going surfing here tomorrow morning?
Right.
And everyone links up there.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it started off as a once a month for sure, but it's just really spilled over to pretty much every day. There's somebody doing something
together,
right? Where it's that community that you're never alone.
Yeah,
there's always somebody doing what you like to do in this group. That's awesome, man. Cancer. When did that come into play?
October 2023 is when I was diagnosed. But April 2023 is when we noticed something weird,
Was there anything else in 22 going into 23 that you wanted to discuss before we reach this point?
Yeah. We during the so in Task Force, right? It was started with surfing, but then we got into outrigger paddling.
Tell me what that even looks like. I saw your boats and blown away by the length of them, the style, everything. Tell me more about it, though. So
that happened. One guy came over one time, a civilian. He's a stand-up paddler, and he came over to paddle near our group of guys surfing. And in the surfing culture, right, surfers hate stand-up paddlers, right, because they call them sweepers, right, because they got this paddle looks like a broom, right? Here's a sweeper, right? But they can catch waves further out, and the boards are a little bit bigger, and they're a little bit more dangerous if you don't know what you're doing, right? So most of the time at a surf break, 1 to 2 paddlers, stand-up surfers are tolerated by the surfers. Okay. Right? So, and if there's a stand-up paddler already there, most of the time they don't want the other guy showing up. Right? So I'm at this one break on my stand-up. Today I'm stand-up paddling, right? Because I surf regular surfing and I do stand-up paddling. I do everything, right? But the guy's coming, I'm like, oh, dude, right? Like, I'm trying to give body language. Like,
what's that conversation like out there in the water? Just curious.
No, it's just body language. Like, what's up, dude? But you sort of try to give the cold shoulder, but you still want to give the Ohana, the Aloha vibe, right? So he comes over and we start talking, man. But turns out he's an outrigger paddler, right? And
but he's surfing today.
He's surfing today, but he says, "Hey, man, I think your group would love outrigger paddling." And there's a race in Miami in November. So this is about 6 months out. So we start learning how to paddle his canoes, his 1- and 2-man canoes, and then we go down 2 times to Cocoa Beach to a team, and we use their 6-man canoes, right, just to train and see what it's like, and then we go down to Miami in November. We're not really outrigger paddlers, but we do really.
You're a hodgepodge of surfers and stand-up paddlers, and
we had 3 females and 3 dudes, right, and we're all like vets. Except for one female was just a civilian. Her dad was in the military. Okay. And we went down and crushed it, dude. 8-mile paddle, in Miami. And we did so well that, and we borrowed a canoe that I went and got my wife's kitchen remodel money and bought a canoe for the club. Right. We eventually, the organization eventually bought it from us, from my wife, right? Paid her back. And then it's blown up.
Right here. Okay, so talk us through what's going on here.
I'm seat one. So this is after about 6-8 months of us paddling. We bought our canoe. We're hooked on it. And a Navy SEAL Foundation organization, another nonprofit called Beyond the Teams, which supports the Navy SEAL Museum, was paddling from Key West to Miami, 150-mile paddle in like 3 days.
By himself?
3 or 4 days. All those guys.
Oh.
Yeah. And there was like a total of 9 to 12 guys paddling. So you paddle like, 30 to 45 minutes, and you'll switch, a crew would jump from the support boat in the water, right? And like that steersman, the guy in the very back, right? The guy with the glasses.
Yeah.
He'll steer, and then the guys floating in the water will go underneath those arms, grab it, and then the guys that are switching out in the boat will jump out the right side, and the guys on the other side of the boat will climb in, and the canoe will continue on.
Wow.
Right.
So it's a battle drill.
Yeah, it's like a battle drill, right? So we were doing up to about right around 50 miles a day, into like 30 knot winds the first day with 3-foot seas, right? It was amazing. It was the best. I love it, dude. It was just like, it was rough.
Now, 3-foot seas, is that pretty standard? Because I know when we would jump water,
yeah,
that's our limit, right? As a jump master, if the seas are over 3 feet, I can't release you. I think that's right. It's been a minute since
it's actually
the water,
like 30 knot winds and like 3-foot seas. It can get pretty nasty out there.
Yeah.
But I loved it. I like rough conditions, man, because I like my head on a swivel, right? Just not thinking about anything else on the shore.
Sure.
Just thinking about survival. It's that adrenaline rush.
Man, it's brutal.
Yeah. So
you can't even see the shore.
Yeah.
So a 3-day total paddle. Where are you stopping?
We were stopping at pre-planned spots because it was a fundraiser, right? So we'd go from like Key West, stop in like Isla Mirada or Key Largo or something like that, and there'd be like a VFW or American Legion holding an event. We'd have our support team pick up our canoe out of the water. And the paddlers would go to this event and, hang out with the American Legion people.
Oh, that
and
sounds
in the morning
awesome.
we'd wake up, and then jump in the canoe and start paddling another 50 miles.
Man, that sounds like a great time.
Oh, yeah.
That's 8 hours straight?
However long it took to go.
How long is it? Okay. A 50 mile.
Anywhere between, if you're a good crew, anywhere from between 5 to 8 hours, depending on like if you got current and wind behind you, swell.
Okay, so most people go to work for 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Could you imagine, and you're physical this whole time, 45 minutes straight, and then you're rotating, right?
Yeah, well, sometimes we do irons where we don't switch.
You got your 6 men and you're going, huh?
Yeah. Like once a year, I do it in Tennessee, down the Tennessee River from Chattanooga, right? We go 31 miles called Chattajack, and that's an iron. We don't switch out.
Oh, my God. Now, 30 miles going downriver.
It's not really downriver.
Not really?
Yeah, there's no current, dude.
Oh, my God.
It don't really help.
So all right, out in the middle of the big water, comparatively to going down a river, right? You're dealing with 3-foot swells out there in the big water.
Yeah.
River, how is it really different?
River, a lot of people don't like it, right? Because there's nothing. You got to steer, you got to stay in the middle, stay away from the shore.
You're just dodging rocks and shit.
That's really an iron, and it just sucks, man, because you don't have a lot of the elements. But it's the biggest race on the East Coast is in Tennessee.
Wow.
They got like 800 paddlers.
That doesnn't make a whole lot of sense, right?
It doesn't. But it's just the venue, right? Chattanooga's cool. You're going through there, and but paddling open ocean, I love it. It's just like we just did our 3rd annual 50-mile paddle called Mission 50. That's our annual fundraiser for Task Force Hydro1. The first 2 years was open ocean, right, to where we had canoes in the ocean with support boats, and we go from St. Augustine all the way up to Mayport, Florida. The second year we did it, halfway through it, a squall came through. We hit the shore just in time, put the boats on the sand. The support boats went out in the water and anchored down, right? But the 6 people that were in the canoe had to go hunker down at a hotel because 70-mile-per-hour winds came through.
Wow.
Right? And then after that, it was nice and clear. It was like 30 minutes of hell.
Oh my God. See, and that's obviously the scary part of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, that could happen at any point. You can be 50 miles out and that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. The furthest we go out is 2 to 3 miles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're staying 2 to 3 miles out and you're going with the shoreline.
Yeah, with the shoreline. And from St. Augustine to Mayport, you sort of got, during the time that we do it, most of the time you have a south wind coming from the south. And then you got the current from the Gulf Stream, right? So you got some current. And a lot of times we got swell, which we'll paddle, and the swell pushes the canoe too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. So you said that's an annual 50-miler.
Yeah.
What time of year is it?
April. This year it's going to be 2026 will be April 25th.
Okay. And so beyond the chat group that you're in where all this stuff gets posted, where do we find it, right? If we want to just go support an event, and then what does our support look like? If I donate, how's that get broken?
So the support comes. It's on Facebook, and our website, Task Force Hydro, the #1.org, or our Facebook page. You can find us, and our events are on there, right? And then whenever you donate, the money goes to buying equipment, so I can provide more access to service members, veterans, and first responders, right? Also we have a surfboard shaping program too.
So you teach guys how to build surfboards?
So we do. So what happens is 4 times a year we hold a grant, right? And then what we'll do is we'll put an application out there for people to shape a surfboard. We have a selection criteria, though, is you have to have been coming to the program, to our Stoking Saturdays, showing that you're improving, or at least trying to improve you and using surfing to improve your life.
Okay.
Right? And then people will apply, and then the board will vote on it. Okay. And then we have a shaper that's in house. His name's Ken White. He's a Navy vet. Great guy. He's won the shape off contest at the Orlando Surf Convention multiple times. He's the shaper for St. Augustine, right? Everyone's got his boards, right?
So shaper, can you just explain the process a little bit?
A shaper is a guy who just takes a block of foam, and he knows how to make a longboard, a shortboard. He knows how to make it the rails on it, how to install the fins. He knows how to make a board, depending on how somebody wants it built. Hey, I want a longboard. I want to be able to nose ride. Can make an amazing board, right? I want some special wood stringers put in, I want this design. Ken can do that for you.
Okay. And
then Ken takes that foam, puts it in his shaping bay on a stand, and from a block he'll take a planer, some sanding, some saws, and he just go in there, and just an hour later he'll come out and he's got this work of art that just needs to be glassed.
Wow. And so these guys, the applicants that get selected, this is the process they'll learn so they can turn it into a career potentially,
if they want to.
Okay.
Right. So shapers don't like to share. Most shapers don't like to share their skill.
Okay.
All right, because it's a skill, right?
Sure.
And a lot of them, they don't want. There's not a lot of money in making surfboards. Right, so they don't want competition, right? But they're also they're artists, man.
Right, sure.
So, but Ken does it, and we've had a couple other guest shapers do it for us, because I go in there, because if a guy's riding a surfboard, right, and he's using it for healing, I want them to at least have the opportunity to learn how to make the thing that's healing them. Right, because that's just another form of therapy.
Absolutely.
Right, you're riding your vessel or your steed out in the water, and it breaks down, right, and you got to fix it. it's really, really cool to learn how to fix it. I think it's therapeutic, whenever I fix my own boats or surfboards.
Sure. And most of us really, really enjoy working with our hands too.
Yeah.
It's for whatever reason, we're just all
it's amazing
good at shit.
I had one guy, a guy, Joe, he was one of the first guys to get a surfboard from us, and he shapes now. He's got a shaping bay. He built his own shaping bay. We got a first responder who's also a military vet, he's a fireman. Casey, we awarded him a surfboard. He shapes now,
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, and it's just nice to see those guys do that,
Where's the program going?
Right now, we were trying at first, about 2023, we decided that we were going to try to go national, get big grants and, expand, and we don't want to, we started doing that. It takes a lot of hard work to do that. Right. A lot of, networking and just a lot of meetings and, and we started doing that and for about 6 to 9 months, and we just was like, man, we just want to stay local. Right. And if we stay local, we can bring people in. Right. Our goal is to have like a surf retreat, eventually where other programs will say, hey, Rick, we got a couple guys or a family that needs something. Yeah, we got this set up. They can come down here for 5 days, learn how to shape a surfboard. While that thing's getting glassed, they can come and paddle, right, and learn how to paddle a canoe, right? And then on Stoking Saturday, I want to put it on the third week of the month, right?
Okay.
So, and say they come in on Sunday, right? The family comes in on Sunday. We all have a good dinner that night. They learn Monday or Tuesday, they go shape their surfboard. They send it to, so we don't we don't let them glass it because we tried that. Right?
Okay.
We'll pay for their graphics. Like they got their old unit graphics and all that stuff, or friend buddies they've lost or something like that. They give them to us and we'll print them. We'll get them made on this special paper, and then we'll have a special cut. We'll have the board glassed and look amazing, right? But what we want to do is they bring in their family or just themselves, and so throughout the week while it's getting glassed, they're learning how to paddle,
right? Or
they're going on a beach day just with the family, and then on Saturday during our Stoking Saturday, they come and they get the surf lesson, and we give them their board. Yeah.
Oh man, it sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Like, can I sign up?
Yeah, seriously, man.
I would love to. I've never been on a surfboard. I grew up snowboarding and skateboarding and stuff. Not that it's anywhere near the same, but I always wanted to. Yeah, I watched Point Break growing up, man. It's kind of like we watched Top Gun. I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I wanted to be a surfer because of Point Break. But man, it sounds like an amazing week.
Yeah, and that's our goal, But and then Task Force, we started with one canoe. Man, we got 3 6-man canoes. We got a 4-man surfing canoe now. We got a 3-man canoe. We got a 2-man canoe. A bunch of 1-man canoes, right? And then now I have all those 1-man canoes that we have located at a house right by the beach. You can either have the intercoastal 500 meters this way or the beach right here. And now our members, right, can come and just grab a canoe and paddle anytime.
Wow.
Right? Because for one, first responders, they've got weird hours.
Absolutely.
Right? So I want to improve access for our members to be able to paddle. But the goal for the paddling is to start like a sprint program, and I want to start a youth paddling program to where our members are actually teaching these kids how to paddle. So that's what we're working on with the help of RA Tahiti, a company that I'm actually a rep for, but they want to help us build our youth program.
So say that again. R-E?
A-R-E. It's spelled A-R-E, but they're called R-A.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
A-R-E Tahiti.
Yeah. And it's 2 words, R-A, Tahiti.
Okay.
And because Tahitians are the ones that came up, are the original outrigger canoe paddlers, right? Their cousins are the Hawaiians, right? The Hawaiians are descendants of the Tahitians, right?
Okay.
So the Hawaiians are, we got Hawaiian outriggers too, but the company I work for is a Tahitian company, that I'm a rep for. and they just want to help support us, man. They're the ones who provided all 6 boats for our last Mission 50.
Really, just out of their pocket, huh?
Out of their supply.
Wow.
You know, they lent them to us. You know,
dude, that's awesome. What a great company.
Yeah.
So now you're going to take this, basically train the trainer, and you're going to convert it over to kids to where you've got these mentors that are trained.
Yep.
And now they're mentoring kids.
Mentoring kids, right? And eventually they become paddlers, right? And then they build this paddling community throughout the United States, because it's just paddling. The paddling culture is about respecting the elders who are teaching you, respecting your canoe, right? There's a lot of culture behind that, how you get in it, how you treat it, how you talk to it, how you act when you're in the canoe, right? And then what I love about outrigger paddling for vets and first responders with PTSD issues, right, is when we're in combat and I'm walking towards an objective and I get ambushed from the right, and we all turn and assault the objective. Mm-hmm. Who stops? We run towards gunfire, right? I'm scared.
Right.
If I was by myself, I might run the other way.
Sure.
Right? But I've got 5 other people I need, or 6 other people, or 11 other people in my team running that way. So I'm going with my team. Right? Because everything I do is for the guy on my left and right. Mm-hmm. Right? So paddling is, once you leave shore with all 6 of you, you got to come back.
That's right.
Right? And that canoe doesn't work good unless everyone's paddle's going in the same way, at the same time, and coming out at the same time with the same amount of pressure. You can't have a guy be more powerful in that canoe than the other guy. It just throws it off, right? And you don't talk. You breathe and you paddle, and you feel the movement, and you get in this flow state, man. And it's just boom, and you hear number 3 man switch, and everybody switches at the same time, right? And then you hear him like, hey, pick it up, right? And everybody's, and you feel everybody applying more pressure, and you feel the canoe, boom, boom, right? And then you're just not thinking about anything but just paddling, And now it's just like in combat, everybody on your left and right. Now it's all about the people in front and behind you. Right? So, and you can't stop.
No, because they're counting on you. Yeah, everyone's counting on each other.
Right?
It's that accountability.
Yeah.
Again, right? So in the military, accountability. Yeah. Everything, right? I mean, we talked about it earlier with just like equipment, accountability, sign for this, and everything's accounted for. And we somehow lose that when we get out of the military, that accountability of each other. And that's so paddling brings that back in. And that's more often than not what we need, right?
Yeah.
You talked about it. Everything you did in the military it wasn't for you, it's for the guy to your left and your right.
Yeah.
Period. So how come when we get out, we stop doing that?
Yeah.
We stop living for the guy to the left and the right, and it's just we get so focused in our heads about that mission, that purpose. So dude, that makes perfect sense though. Just that rhythm, that timing and synchronicity.
Yeah. And that's our goal, man. It's just to grow our organization through the sport of surfing in Hawaii and outrigger paddling. We have our first surf contest August 23rd in Jacksonville.
Okay.
Right? And so it's a veteran, first responder, even locals, but we got young kids, longboards, shortboards, and then we have a team event, right? So you can sign up as a veteran group. You can sign up as a service member group. You can sign up as an Army team, or you can sign up as we got the joint team, right?
Okay.
The purple team, So that's we're starting to get a lot more people signing up. It was going a little bit slow, but we're starting to get people signing up. It'll be our first one.
So August 23rd.
Yeah, Jacksonville
in
Beach
Jacksonville.
Pier. Yeah, Jacksonville Beach Pier.
And it's a competition. So this isn't day one stuff.
Yeah,
this is show up ready to compete.
Well, yeah, but it's the more of a fun competition. You don't need to have any skills to come surf it. We just want it to be fun.
Okay.
So we're not looking for semi-pro surfers or pro surfers. We're looking for surfers with all skills and all types of boards.
Nice. Well, I'd love to join you guys on that one.
Oh, dude. come down. So when people come, we have so many, everybody's got extra rooms. We always put people up, and then, people come and stay with us or with my buddy Eddie or somebody, and we just have a blast.
Dude, it sounds like a great time. We'll have to see what our baby girl decides to do, because we'll be getting pretty close around that time.
Yeah, you're real close.
Jeez. Okay, so the nonprofit is born. Task Force Hydro1.org is the website, or Facebook group to find you guys and be able to keep up with you there. Okay, so that's 23, right?
Yeah.
So things are going well with that. You're starting to scale it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Decided to, maybe we're not going to ramp up quite that big. And then you got some new news, right?
Yeah. So April, after AWG, I took a job, working in construction management, helped a guy stand up his business. And April 23, my wife and I, it's pretty stressful. The job is, plus I'm running the nonprofit,
So construction management as well. So what are you project managing basically on the
commercial construction?
Oh,
with no experience as actually doing the construction. I was 18 Charlie.
But you've ran how many ranges?
Yeah,
how many it's like we've done the PMP job. Yeah.
Exactly. So just doing that, and the company's growing fast, and but it's stress, man. And my wife's noticing that I'm coming home sleeping a lot, really tired, coming home just crashing. I didn't think anything about it, And then one day we're standing in the kitchen, and I start bleeding out of my mouth profusely, out of my throat. I'm like, what the hell, man?
Did you any cold or anything going on? Did you have a cough? Just
I thought I had a bloody nose, maybe, that I just didn't know about. So we sort of blew it off.
Sure.
Not blew it off, but like, well, whatever, But I still had this tickle in the back of my throat, And so we started figuring out, like, let's figure out what's up with this, So go to the doctor a couple of times, like, hey, let's go get your stomach checked, let's get. There's a couple other things, like.
So they're scoping you, doing
scoping. They thought I had something gastro,
right?
And then they did something with my nose, But then I had another appointment with ENT coming up, but I had to go to the ER. Meanwhile, because I started having a really big pain in my right ear, right? It's like, man, it's really hurting, And so we just went into the ER and they took an X-ray. And they're like, dude, you got like 3 big lumps in your neck, right, area. So we went and did a biopsy later on, a couple of days later, and it turned out to be cancer. I was driving to work one day, and the doctor called. Mr. Van Rickley, can you talk right now? Yeah, I'm on the way to work. What's up? You got throat cancer. I'm really busy right now, but I'll give you a call back and tell you exactly what it is. I was like, what just happened here, man? I pull over to the gas station, man, and I'm like, oh shit, right? Throat cancer, And I was like, well, turn around, right? So I turned around, went home, and I pulled up, and the wife was in the garage, and she knew exactly what was wrong. She just, why are you home? She knew, I was coming home.
Sums up,
so she just started crying. I didn't even tell her. But I started off that mindset. It's like, I don't got cancer. And I kept that mindset the whole time,
Okay, so just to kind of reset that scene. So you're on your way into work. Was it 20, 30-minute drive to work?
Yeah.
Doc calls, hey, you got a minute? You got throat cancer. But I'll call you right back.
And she didn't call back for more than a couple of days.
Wow.
Right. So
where's your head at? So you said you're thinking, I don't have cancer. This is bullshit.
I knew I had it in a way, but I'm going to mind fuck it.
Okay.
Right. My mind was, cancer's not fucking me. I'm fucking cancer.
Yep.
Right. So.
Breach her up.
Yeah. Breach her up. And that's where I came up with that, breach her up, there's an obstacle, breach her up. And then Mikey Bevins, my old teammate, from the CRIF.
Yeah.
he owns a company called Smoke Bros, right? And we were talking, and he's a cancer survivor too. You know, I was like, hey, I said, well, I quit my job that day. Right? I called the boss. I'm not coming in, dude. I don't give a F what you want. You know, like my family, my health, right? And I feel like the stress and everything that's going on is contributing to this. And I'm not gonna work while I'm recovering from cancer, fighting it.
Yeah.
You know. So
sorry, I know I kind of cut you off there. I just wanted to make sure I was really understanding that scene and put myself in that. I'm driving to work and phone rings. Yo, what's up? Hey, you got throat cancer. And so now you call work. Hey, I'm done with this. You're pulling in. Mama sees you. She already knows. How do you guys walk through that?
We sat down, we cried. She cried, you know, but then we were just like, well, let's take care of it. So I did what any good SF guy does, is he calls a support network, you know, which I called all the people, my new network in Jacksonville, right? All my friends, the club guys. And I said, hey, I got to take a break from being executive director, right? I'm going to hand it over to you, Leo. I'm the co-founder. Hand over to him, and then my buddy Eiffel, the second guy in that paddling photo, that, you know, he was my interpreter in Iraq. He had all these connections, you know, within working for the Jewish Community Alliance and all these doctors. He got me in super fast to MD Anderson, and we're just like, let's just go nuke this thing, man. Right?
What are they telling you your options are, and how? First of all, how did you get it? I mean, do they have any idea? Like, was it a deployment related?
It was the HVP virus. They call it. It was supposed to be like a STD, but it's a lot of, like 80% of people get it, but a majority of people, only a few people get cancer from it.
Okay.
You know, but what's really strange is multiple dudes in SF, and especially first group, have gotten it. Right, and died from it. Josh Rosen, right now a guy named Henry Seen, which he's on immunotherapy, you know, and he's living, right, but he had the surgery. They took his lymph nodes out and everything, but it spread, you know, so now he's paralyzed.
Jeez.
You know, he's living in Korea. He's a great dude. I was in the SIF with him in the early days. And then, you know, just a bunch of guys got it. My old team, Sergeant Major Mike Smith, who was also my team's.
I remember Mike, yeah.
He was a teammate in the crypt too. You know, he got it right after me, and I walked him through it, and he's better now too.
Good.
You know, so a lot of guys are getting the HPV virus, carcinoma. It's carcinoma. It's a skin cancer.
Okay, so and I've been hearing the rumblings, right? I see the posts on in Facebook groups and stuff, and you're right. A lot of the dudes, a lot of team guys are coming down with a variant of cancer, and I don't know what it is. For the most part, is it this HPV? No, it's a mixture of both, a bunch, man. You know, you got pancreatic cancer. You know, you got a lot of colon stuff, right?
A lot of lung cancers. You know, just weird stuff.
And that's a great term. It is weird. Like, why?
Yeah.
You know, you look at these other countries, like the countries that we visited, that we spent a lot of time in. Their population isn't dying of cancer. They're not having all kinds of cancer issues. So why are we getting these cancers? Yeah. You know, is it from any of the vaccines that they're giving us, being in the military? Like, you know, I can't tell you how many times I had anthrax, right? Because you start it and it's like, oh, well, you were gone. Yeah. So you didn't get the second one. So now you got to start it again. Like that probably happened to me 4 times.
Yeah, that happened to me quite a bit too. You know, there's times, man, when we were in Iraq, you know, and we didn't have something to do that night, so we go hit this guy who said he knew where a cache was, you know, we go dig it up, and they're think, and, you know, it turns out to be like a missile, right? And all of a sudden you dig a little bit more, and there's a gas mask next to it. Yeah. Right? You're like, what the hell? You know, so there's a lot of things, man. so this, a lot of people call this conspiracy theory, you know, but me, I honestly think there's somebody should look into is like, where do we go every time I go to the fort to train in the Philippines on Luzon? You go to Fort Magsaysay, right? And you go stay in these barracks that were built for JSETs, right? But who does our partner force do JSETs with when we're not there?
Right.
Our adversary, right? Yeah. China. So what? I mean, how's the slow game, right? Let's put some
the long game. That's right.
Yeah, let's put some radioactive stuff, maybe in a pipe here or some chemicals here. In this
right. We'll just never drink this water. We'll just whatever it is. But I can see where you're going with it. Yeah. Like they're contaminating somehow, some way. Yeah.
Kill them slowly, and we go to the same places. Yeah. We stay in the same barracks if we're in the same camps.
I mean,
Lopery, right? Everybody goes to Lopery and trains up there, Lopery in the same barracks.
Yeah, dip bath, same shit. I'm sure it hasn't changed.
A week later, after you leave, the Chinese come in, right? Yeah. And then a week before you go, they leave. Yeah,
I guess that's one that I hadn't really thought of, but it absolutely makes sense. And you're right, our adversaries are all about the long game. Yeah, we're so young. We're we're arrogant because we're a young country and we know how badass we are, but at the same time we're young. We're compared to some of these guys, 100-year wars and whatnot.
But one of the things that helped me get through a lot of it was Colonel Dennis Downey from First Group. He's retired, but he runs a Facebook page called Soft Cancer Fighters. You can, even if you don't have cancer, you can join it and just see what's going on in there.
And that's where I got the shirt from, right?
No, you got the it says Soft Cancer Fighters.
It does.
It was from Mikey Bevins, but he had made it and put Soft Cancer Fighters in there because Dennis Downey runs like this databases and just is tracking everybody that's got cancer.
So what do you got? All right, so let's say I got diagnosed tomorrow. What are you guys figuring out? Obviously, you're doing great. It's been 6 years, it's been 3 years. What's
April 24 is when they cleared me.
April of 24. So you've been clear for over a year.
I got 5 years of surveillance, right?
Okay.
So every every 4 months, I've got to go and get a CT scan, right? A PET scan.
Okay.
Right, and get blood and all that stuff. Then I go in and see my docs, and they tell me, you're good to go.
And that's basically a 5-year probationary period that they're going to continue to look.
I have an 85% chance of living past 5 years.
85.
Yeah.
Okay. So my obvious question is, how did you do it? I mean, I know you spent a lot of time in the water, a lot of time surfing, but. So what was it that kept you so mission focused on I'm gonna kick its ass? It's not gonna kick
my family.
Mine. Okay.
My daughter, and my wife. I can't imagine me not being here with them or them growing up without me. So I refuse to leave them this early. So I didn't have a lot of education in cancer. I know there's a lot of other guys who are out there really smart in the the functional medicine type stuff, and the natural ways of fighting cancer. But dude, there's so much information out there, right? You don't know what's right or wrong, right? Take this methylene blue, or fast for, do 72-hour fast.
Right. I was going to do a month, right? If I get cancer, I'm going to fast for a month. Yeah. And just go up on a mountaintop somewhere.
But me, I was just like, dude, I'm stage 2 right now, right? Which I'm lucky that I went and I got diagnosed that early, right? I had 3 lymph nodes infected, right? And it was at the base of my tongue, right? So I was like, hey, just nuke it. What options do I have? They're like, hey, well, right now the thing that's working, the most successful thing that's working, and we know it works, right? 85% chances, radiation and chemo.
Right.
I was like, nuke it, right? And I took that chance. I'm suffering from some of the radiation and chemo. My pancreas doesn't produce certain enzymes, so I got to take medicine to digest certain foods, right? And then I'm starting to have neck issues from, I already have hardware in my neck, right? But from, we're going to see what's going on, but I got really bad stenosis, in my neck already, but also the radiation weakens your bones too. So now I'm starting to, if my head goes a certain way, and that's why I have my arm on this pillows, because if it hangs down a certain way and pulls my neck, my whole left side of my body starts going numb.
Jeez. Now, is there any kind of correlation between the cancer and the surgery, the first surgery on your neck? Is there any chance that?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just ask because, they've been in there before in that region.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if there's any ties to post-surgery cancers or anything like that, where it's just, we open up our bodies.
And I may be dumb on me, man, but like when I got cancer, I shut down YouTube, right? I was like, I'm not, because the doctor didn't call me. I did one Google search just to see what HPV, carcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma HPV virus was of throat cancer, right? I just did one search that day, right, to see what the survival rates were, and then I just shut it down and just wait to get doctors, because I didn't want to pollute my mind with all these different things on treatments and all that stuff. So I'm just going one way. I'm going to MD Anderson or the Mayo Clinic, and I'm gonna get rid of this thing. But there's organizations out there that are amazing, like the Hunter 7 Foundation.
Okay.
They're amazing. They're tracking all this stuff, and they got a lot of white papers that come out and a lot of studies on exposure illnesses and PTSD and all that stuff, that a lot of soft, but also the regular military, and so you reach out to them, and they can push you in the right direction or help you start getting the support you need.
So for those guys that are finding out right about now that they've got some issues, there's hope.
Yeah.
So I was watching something, I want to say it was Mel Gibson on Joe Rogan, talking about he had some buddies that were like stage 4 cancer. They took some kind of medication and it knocked it out.
Ivermectin.
Is that what?
Ivermectin is one of them. And I'm not telling anybody to do it. They've got to do their own research and all that stuff. But ivermectin has been shown to help with the cancer. Certain cancers almost like immediately.
Well, I mean, the deal here. We're not doctors, right? We're the end user. We're the ones that, we had issues, and this is what worked for us. And so for you, it was radiation, and you stuck with the radiation,
chemo, and then working out like a badass dude.
So I don't have any clue what radiation and chemo looks like. I've been lucky. Can you talk us through?
Yeah.
It was 6 months of treatment total?
6 weeks, actually.
6
weeks of the actual treatment, but it lasts a lot longer than that, the after effects.
Okay.
Right? So it was 6 weeks of every day I went in and got about 15 minutes of radiation.
How does that go? How do they
you
give
go in
radiation?
there, man. First of all, you go in there, you get fitted for throat cancer or anything up above your shoulders. You get fitted for this mask.
Okay.
Right, you go in there and they lay you down and they get this big piece of plastic, right? They heat it up and then they press it down your face and it melts around your face.
Okay,
right?
like our old mouthpieces, like our mouth guards.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then every time you go in, you lay down on this bed, right? And they strap your face down, your whole body down to this table. Right. And the first time, man, I was super claustrophobic. Man, I was like, I gotta take it off. Because it's got these little vent holes and all that stuff. Right. But I'm just hyperventilating.
Yeah.
And they give me a break. You lay down. They got the clouds up here.
Yeah. The soothing clouds up on the ceiling.
Yeah. But then what's really cool for 15 minutes, you get to listen to your own, like, what do you want to listen to, Rick? So that was something I always thought, like, what music am I going to listen to? So I was listening to a lot of 70s rock, and like Heart and all that stuff. I don't know. I just like the old 70s music, right?
Yeah.
And then this this big machine on an arm just starts going around your head, you know, radiating your head. But what it is, you know, from the CT, the PET scans and all that stuff, right? You got this physicist, right? And your doctor, your radiology doctor, I forget the name of it, right? But him and this physicist, they look at where your tumor is and all that stuff, and they build this model, right, with in the computer how they're going to radiate your head, because they don't want to radiate your brain,
sure,
you know, your eyes and certain stuff. So when it's going through, it's got, the computer knows where they want to radiate,
the depth and everything,
right, depth and everything,
yeah.
And it's got these arms within the head, these like lead arms that blocks radiation, right?
Okay.
It moves, you know, and the radiation will come out in like a shape, right? You don't see it, you know, but how it's radiating, you know. But bottom line is really from here down, they just radiate to everything, right?
Okay.
And they're like, hey, you're going to think we're bullshitting you for the first 2 weeks. Nothing's going to happen, right? You're not going to be hurting, nothing. But right around 2 weeks, it's going to kick you in the nuts. And it's right around 2 weeks.
Okay, describe the. Are you talking about the pain?
The pain.
Okay, describe it.
That's when your mouth basically falls apart, right? Like your skin.
Like physically, everything's deteriorating.
It's like boiling water in your mouth, right? Just like pouring a hot pot of boiling water down your throat, right? Your taste buds die, right? Your saliva glands die right now. So now you got severe cotton mouth, right? You can't taste anything. If you do eat anything, because they want you to continue eating as much as you can to keep your weight up, it's like if you eat any like protein or meat, right? It's like chewing a sock, right?
Jeez.
And so I was working. They didn't want me to work out at all.
But you had to.
I told them to F off.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm working out. I'm staying strong, right? Oh, you're going to lose too much weight. Oh, I'm going to paddle too. Oh, my God. You're going to paddle. You're going to lose too much weight. So I said, give me a feeding tube.
I was going to ask, how were you getting food?
Feeding tube. Most of the time, they don't give people feeding tubes right away. They like it to go and see if they start losing a lot of weight. Then they put the feeding tube in, almost like punishment, right?
Yeah.
But because they want you to continue eating and chewing, right? Because they want you to keep those muscles going, okay, right? Because you got a speech therapist and all that stuff, right? Because if you stop chewing, your muscles will forget how to do it.
They start to atrophy pretty fast.
Yeah. But I just had, what they did is say, all right, we're going to give you the feeding tube, but you got to do these exercises with your mouth. So I did the exercises.
Okay.
But I was just I was jamming like high protein meals that they gave me, high caloric meals, but also like weight gainer protein and all that stuff from GNC.
What did your weight fluctuate?
Yeah, I dropped 40 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah, I was down
even
to
with
like
all
185. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a 6-week treatment. You don't start really feeling the effects till 2 weeks in.
2 weeks in. But then you feel it for like 4 months after.
And it's just that same intensity of pain every day, or?
For like 2 months, it just sucks. Right? But then it starts getting better,
So what's your mood? Because you're still working out, so you're still going out to the water daily.
Yeah. As much as I could. Right.
Okay.
I tried to stay positive. Right. And then I tried to.
It's a process, right?
Yeah.
You're just walking it out.
And then I tried to share what I was going through online. Right.
Okay.
And I got a lot of positive feedback from that, because a lot of guys are like, man, what you're doing is motivating me to go get checked.
Yeah.
Or I have something and it's just motivating me to do this, And, you have a couple of acquaintances that we know that, he wrote me and said, hey, I appreciate what you're doing. It's helping me open up.
Good.
And just had a lot of good friends reach out, man, and just say, hey, thanks for doing what you're doing. And it's just motivating me.
Dude, that's awesome, man. So your wife and daughter, they're your main support, and then the guys and gals out on the beach that are paddling with you.
Yeah. So those guys, I can't say enough about the support I got from my Task Force alumni. They were there for me through and through. There wasn't a time to where there wasn't somebody stopping by, just to see how I'm doing or bringing food to us. Yeah. And then it's just, there's so many organizations out there, man, for SOF veterans, but also for just regular people that are willing to help, So, I had stopped working. I demoed all 3 out of 4 of my bathrooms at the same time. My wife did. I was in construction.
Sure.
Right?
You can fix this.
And she wanted me to remodel the bathrooms for so long, but I didn't want to come home and do construction.
Right.
Right.
You don't want to leave work to go to work.
Yeah. So right before I got sick, I had come home one day and there was like Sharpie mark drawings and everything all over all 3 bathroom walls and holes punched in with sledgehammers.
She just started.
Right. She started it. Right. And I was like, oh my God, now I got to, so. And then I got sick. And the doc's like, well, no remodeling for you. Because we told him what we're doing. He's like, I don't want any of that happening. So now all I have is the master bathroom for the bedroom. Right. But I'm like throwing up and coughing all night long. She can't sleep. So I go and sleep in the office. I'm sleeping on the couch in the office. But I can't really sleep because I'm in so much pain. So I'm just standing above the only sink that we have in the house other than in my master bathroom is the kitchen sink, just throwing up in that all night.
Jesus.
So she'd come in the living room, into the kitchen, man, and I'd have my fist punching myself in the face, just to take the pain away. And then that's when we went and got, the fentanyl patches and, the Oxycontin, and then taking THC gummies to even out the pain.
Wow. So how long did that go on?
About 3 to 4 months.
Okay. And then did it just one day you woke up and everything was gravy?
No. They wean you off really quickly, the fentanyl, because they don't want you getting hooked on it, which I understand.
Absolutely.
That was probably the scariest thing for me, man. I was like, holy crap. And then the oxy they cut off really quick, But, the biggest thing that I did that really sucked was just the super dry mouth afterwards, So I still have dry mouth pretty bad, but the saliva glands come back a little bit.
So you're worried about what, 18 months now, 16 months post-treatment?
Right now?
You said April was your year mark?
April 24, and then, April 20, yeah. So I got most of my taste buds back.
Okay.
But my teeth will probably start falling out next year or two, or next couple of years. Did you end up getting like a lot of rotting in your teeth, or just lack of blood? No, it's just the radiation.
The radiation crushes it. Because you said it destroys the bone, weakens the bone, right?
They want me doing fluoride treatment every day, but I don't want to be putting mass amounts of fluoride in my mouth every day. So, hey, if I got to get dentures, dude, or some implants, I'll get me a grill. Yeah. Right. Maybe I'll make some advertising space.
There you go. Right. Hydro1 right there, right? Okay. Well, so things in the last year, how's everything going?
Everything's going good. I went back to work at the construction company, that I helped, he started it and, helped him build it. I went back to work and, I love the company, man. I love the employer. He's a Marine. Him and I started, I helped him start the skill bridge program there and all that stuff.
Oh, so you guys have a skill bridge as well.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But I went back to work and he actually got sick too. He had something going on, but, I told him, I said, I'll come back to work, but I can only work, and he agreed, like, I can only do like 100%. I can't go over 100%.
Yeah.
You can't be a normal SF dude, because he hired me as the construction manager.
Yeah.
But I became a superintendent. I became the labor. I became the HR guy, the web designer, the the marketing guy, That's what SF dudes do, right? Yeah. But it started getting stressful again. And the thing with my pancreas started kicking in, and it started worrying me, man. So I quit January 25.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just put my faith in God.
Tell me about that relationship. How was it? How was your relationship with God pre-cancer, pre-retirement?
I got baptized in 2018.
Okay. How'd that go? Why?
A buddy of mine, Keith Payne, former first group warrant officer that I looked up to when I first came into SF in 2000. He was like W2, just on the scuba team next door. I just always looked up to the guy, and then we became good friends when he was working as a civilian at JIADF West.
Okay.
And then I came in and we were good partners. I taught him how to surf and all that stuff, and became good family friends with his dad and his wife and his kids, and started going to church together. And, I was raised Catholic, but never really went to church, and I just accepted Christ as my Lord and Savior, and just put my faith in him, I'm not a perfect Christian, and I never will be.
Right.
And I have my times when I'm not a good disciple, when I just don't trust him enough sometimes, and I try to go my own way. And
right.
It just seems there's always times when he's just like, yo, I'm right here. Come back. So I'm still trying to find my way, but, still trying to find it.
So as far as your PTS now, the healing that you found during your cancer with exercise, like just going extreme exercising, your diet going extreme, where are you now as far as that? Like, has that been the treatment for your PTS that's really worked, is just staying busy?
Staying busy. But so with this new issue with my neck, it's sort of like I went a couple months ago, I went in a downward spiral, man, because I can't do as much as I want, right? With paddling, my hands get frozen, if I lift my head up a certain way, I'm still paddling, right. But now I got to keep my head a certain way. And if I lift it up enough, my hands start falling asleep.
Yeah. And
they just hurt so bad, man, where it feels like I'm just paddling with lobster claws, but I still do it, but I can't do it as much. And I started this downward spiral of depression again, and so I reached out to Task Force Dagger, and they put me in touch with ketamine through, I believe it's they put me in touch with All Secure Foundation, so okay. I'm going to do stellate ganglion block right there, right? And then Task Force Dagger actually paid for the ketamine therapy, 6 treatments in Jacksonville. Okay, so that's going to be local where you live? Yeah, I've already done them. Oh, you've done all 6? Yeah. Tell me about those. It's amazing. At first I was pretty scared. Had you ever done any kind of hallucinatory? Like, I know that you were on ketamine during your surgery, or during your recovery, but you don't remember that. Yeah. Right? Like, it's just, I remember when I had some sinus surgery done, they put me on some medication. I felt normal, but I don't really remember anything. I don't know if it was ketamine or not. I never really asked, right? I'm not one, I've always been one to trust the docs and stuff for surgeries. And I don't go like, hey, what are you giving me? What's that? But probably ketamine. But this time now I'm going in there knowing that I'm going to go in there and do a psychedelic, right? I had the experience with ketamine, dealing with people who had taken it, right? Like, there's a couple times overseas, man, where, like, the medic is in charge of ketamine, right? And all of a sudden you don't see the incoming medic from the new unit coming in, and they found him locked up in his freaking hooch, you know, with needles everywhere because he sucked up all the ketamine. Right. It was bad, man. Yeah. You know, so here I am a little nervous, you know, like what is this stuff? Is it like heroin or something, you know? But it was in a controlled environment. You know, what I know about, and I still don't know a lot about. I'm one of those guys, man, is I put a lot of faith into people that are recommended to me.
You're an 18 Charlie. If you know demo, there's certain things that you just know that I'm going to trust.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to question you on your bomb making abilities, right? You were trained in it. Yeah. So we go to a doctor and it's like, we trust you, dude. You automatically have our trust. So I hear you on that.
So you go in, you get assessed, right? And they talk to you like, hey, what's going on? You got some PTS, you know, you got this going on, right? And they try to see, hey, are we doing this for pain? Because ketamine can also be used for pain management, right? Or are we doing this for PTS? And I say, I'm sort of doing it for both. Yeah. Right? Because I got massive nerve pain going on, you know, but also, you know, psychedelics, you know, or was it neurolinguistic or forget the name of it.
It's your just new neural pathways, right?
Neural pathways rebuilds it, right? Mm-hmm. How do you react to certain things? So I was super excited for that, you know, because I still have, you know, the things from my past. You know?
Well, you still have the TBIs too. Yeah. That's the other thing, right? So we haven't really talked about the TBIs. Like they diagnosed you with PTS, so there it is. You got PTS, but what about all these head injuries?
Yeah,
you know,
and the MTBIs from being a breacher.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Constant, you know, training for, you know, train ups going on the board.
Well, I mean, just shooting like a Carl Gustav, right? Yeah. I mean, that overpressure alone, and you know, door breachers are, you know, a lot of times they're worse than that. So
when I went through home base, right? I went through a brain scan, but now the brain scans back in 2019, I went to 2020, went to home base. They got new brain scans now that are finding more than what those brain scans in 2020 found.
Okay.
Right. So we'll get into that in a little bit. You know, something I heard about. And it's just something I heard about that I'm looking into now. But going into the controlled environment with the ketamine, right? They talk to you about it. They set up the appointment and like, hey, what do you want to work on? I'm like, I want to work on my focus. And being able to relax, right? That's huge for me. Like, I want to be able to sit and have white space.
Be in the moment.
Yeah, be in the moment and not have to fill it.
Yeah.
That's huge for me, man. Right? So I did the first one. It was an IV. And it only lasts, hour and a half to 2 hours, the treatment, right? It's a controlled environment. They got a camera in there. They got an amazing playlist.
Okay.
And it feels, when you're on it, man, it feels like the music is like curated for your life.
Okay.
Right? It's like real drama, you know, and then all of a sudden I'm not seeing people, I'm just seeing lights.
Okay.
But I'm this feeling, I'm breathing with the music and I'm thinking about.
So are your eyes covered?
Yeah, the eyes are covered.
Okay. So we're in a mask.
And I'm seeing lights, and it's like a light show, and the feelings with the music, but I'm still grounded. I know I'm sitting down. I know where I'm at, and I know why I'm there. Okay. Right? I'm there to work on some issues, and these are the issues that I'm working on. You know, then I start thinking about my dad, you know, or whatever, my past, and especially with my dad, this like red lights came over me, right? And I was afraid, right? Like, and then it started lowering and lowering, and I was like, wait, stop. You don't mean nothing to me, man, right? And all of a sudden, the red light, like this blanket, started pulling out like these Lego type things, like black, gray, evil, you know, like black stuff out of me and sucking it into that blanket, right? And then I was like, I'm done with you, bro. And all of a sudden, it turned into a ball, a red ball, and I was like, see ya. It's gone, right? Those are the type of thing. That was my experience.
Okay, so I know a lot of times people are somewhat hesitant to talk about their experience because they don't want to set expectations, right? Preconceived notions of like what's going to happen if I go do it, right? Because as I listen to your story, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to see my dad. I'm going to see all this bad stuff that happened to me. And it's like, the medicine is going to give you what you need. It's not going to give you what I need, right? So I know a lot of people are generally hesitant to talk about those things just because of that. But I hear similar stories, right? It's very personalized to you, and it fixes what you need to fix.
Yeah, and I was in control, right? I doubt I could have woke up and stopped like looking and seeing the light show, right?
Right.
But while I was down until I came off it, I was in control. I knew why I was there and the purpose. You know, my wife has said that I've changed dramatically. I'm more calm, more quiet.
Okay.
You know, I relax a lot more. I sleep more. I'm sleeping more.
How many hours of sleep do you get a night?
I try to get at least 7.
Okay.
You know, I get anywhere between 6 to 8.
Okay.
You know, man, after Afghanistan, dude, if I didn't get 8 hours of sleep, I was done.
Oh, really? So you were just
I was worthless.
Done. Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of guys can't sleep.
Yeah. Well,
you know?
I had to force myself to sleep somehow. Like, just I had fought for it, right?
Yeah.
Because my sleep cycle and everything was so screwed up. But I didn't get it all the time, right? I needed 8 hours of sleep to be able to function.
Right.
But I didn't get it all the time. Yeah. So it was hard. I would say it's hard to function without being all screwed up. We always figure out how to excel.
Right.
Right. But I want to be able to excel once, right? Feeling good about it.
Right.
Right. Not excelling, right? And feeling like you were a fighter jet on bad jet fuel.
Right.
Right. Like you just made it.
All right. Glad that's over.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when did you? So what year did you start the ketamine? Was that
this year?
That was this for you? Okay, so 2025, you went in. You did all
a couple months ago.
How far apart did they space? You did 6 total treatments.
1 week.
So
it'd be twice a week. I'm sorry.
Twice a week. Okay.
Yeah. We did it for 3 weeks.
And immediately you started noticing results.
Immediate.
Better sleep.
More calm.
What about your memory? Short-term memory. Because your long-term's still good, right? You remember? Yeah. I mean, you were telling me stories that.
Yeah.
Like it was yesterday.
But
so.
I can't remember. Like it's hard to remember names and all that stuff still, you know, or faces nowadays. But I don't know. I don't know if I couldn't tell you if the memory's coming back yet. But I just know that my reactions, you know, things don't piss me off as much.
Are you happier the way that you act, or do you feel like you're not that same fighter that you used to be? That would, you know, at the drop of a hat, I'm ready to fight. Now you're taking things more relaxed and even, you know, like water off a duck's bath. Right?
Yeah, water
off a duck's back.
Don't sweat the small shit, right? So it's key that during my whole treatment, whenever I do that stuff, I told myself while I was doing it, don't sweat the small shit. Don't sweat the small shit, because I used to worry about all the small details, right? Because I wanted everything mattered. To be perfect. Everything mattered. Yeah, because it's really hard for me it was really hard for me as operations officer and as a warrant, right? It's not that I didn't trust my guys to do something correctly. It's just no one does it as good as I do. That's that thought process of.
But you can never do it good enough.
Yeah.
So you'll never do enough to be proud of yourself.
Yeah.
And nobody can do it as good as you, but you're not enough.
Yeah.
It's this cycle that we live in.
Yeah.
I don't know where it comes from, but you're not the first person to have this conversation with me where, like, no shit, that's how you live your life. You can do it better, so that's why you'll do it. It's not that you don't trust them to do it. It's just I know I can do it. I do it a certain way.
Yeah.
And this is how this is the right way.
That's why I don't work out with anybody.
That's our ego, right?
Yeah.
And that's how we learned it. But it's because when we were learning it, everything mattered. And so man.
And like everything I do, my reputation counts on it, right? That's like I want everything to turn out perfect because that's my reputation. Yeah. Right, everyone knows me like getting shit done and doing a good job at it.
You're dependable.
Yeah. So, and that's just like why I don't work out with people, right? Because it's always you got your stay, and the day you say, "Okay, I'll work out with you," this guy's late.
Yeah, dude, I went out about a month ago to Colorado to help my sister with some stuff, and my brother-in-law was working with me, and my brother-in-law's older than I am. I still move really well, you know. I still feel like I'm in my 20s sometimes, but anyway, I just have to tell people, don't worry. Like, I'm better off by myself. Like, just let me do it by myself. Because if you're here, I'm gonna push harder because I want to do more than you're doing. So I show good. So I show up.
Yeah.
But then now I'm not doing it as good as if I just relaxed and just. So I'd rather just work by myself more often than not. It's just easier that way.
Yeah.
So I get it, man. Okay, so. These modalities, right, that we talk about, ketamine, ibogaine, psilocybin.
I'm excited to try those.
So where are you at in your head on this? So now that you've done the ketamine and you were hesitant, but you see the benefit from it, are you an advocate for it now? Would you recommend I go do it? Would you recommend my wife does it? Like what?
I recommend it. I've recommended it to a few of my friends. They're actually trying to work through Task Force Dagger right now to get the ketamine treatment. I'm excited for the ibogaine. Just because I still have issues with my past that I'm thinking about. And I still have some guilt issues that I know it's not my fault for what happened to Ben, right? But I still think about him quite often, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. But I still have some sadness.
I think that's the accountability that we talk about, right? Like, even though it wasn't your fault, it's just like somebody needs to be accountable. And more often than not, we just take that accountability on ourselves. It's just like, it's not your fault. It's mine.
I was the leader, so I was the warrant on the team, so.
Yeah.
But, I know it's not my fault, but I think I want to try the ibogaine. I still have some issues that I know that are, I like to sometimes my depression, I overindulge, food or something. I get like an addictive behavior, I just need to be able to, I just want to fix some things, like what am I going to work on? What am I going to prioritize? And I was like, I just got to prioritize it. It's okay to have white space. That's, I think, most important for me.
Yeah.
It's like, every time I went in there, like, what are you going to work on today? It's like, white space.
Fill in my cup.
Yeah, just white space. Right? Being present, right? Because so many times I'm in the same room with my family, dude, and I'm just like, they're watching TV or, we're just there, and I'm just like, I'm there.
But you're solving the world's problems, yeah.
Yeah.
You got shit.
And that's what with Task Force, I was like, I love it, but sometimes it gets overwhelming, right? Because I can't take a break on that, right? What happens if I miss the third Saturday, Yeah. Or, if I don't go to a paddle practice, paddle practice doesn't go as efficient or effectively as it's supposed to. But it's starting to, because now I'm from, a lot of the things I've done, the ketamine treatment and all that, it's let me put trust in people. Right, and relax, and they're doing it, and they may not be doing it the way I want them to do it, or the way I do it,
right?
But they're doing it, right? And what are we? We're mistake-based learners, right? Like when I first started paddling, I don't think I was. I know I wasn't perfect, right? So they're not perfect, and they'll just get better at it, So and that's just how I got to look at it, like. For right now, there's an event the surf event. I am not planning it. This is one of the first event. It is the first event that I've in my military career that I've come up with. Right, like, hey, let's do this.
Came up with a mission.
Somebody.
Yep.
And they're planning the entire thing.
How's it going?
It's going good. I'm a little nervous.
Okay, that's okay.
But it's going good, and it's it's guys I trust, and they don't want to let me or the organization down,
right? But it's as much as we hate to say it, there's lives at stake. Mm-hmm. The guys that are showing up there, they're not showing up just because it's fun. I mean, they're showing up because they need it, and the fear is that I don't show up one day and it sets something off course, and I end up losing somebody, right? So
that is my fear, right?
Yeah.
And so a couple guys asked me, like, how do you measure success in task force, right? I don't measure success by the amount of people that we have active. I actually measure success by the amount of people that aren't there, that were there.
Right.
Right. So, I got a guy, Steve, he showed up, a hot mess, had a job he hated, right? Wasn't living in a place where he wanted to, and just his life wasn't going well. And surfing a lot. He surfed, but he started surfing with us. And he got better, right? And we had that Ohana going, and everyone's talking on the chat. And Steve now doesn't show up as much because he's having a great time. He's got a new job, a new house. Him and his partner are happy, right? And he's doing better.
So it's not. So you're not building it as a club per se to come and just hang out. It's like, use this as a jump off point. Use this as a stepping stone to get your foundation right. Write some things in your life, and then we're here if you need us. But we're
we had another female. She had some pretty severe like PTSD. And I think some sexual trauma. I didn't really dig. But she met her partner, in the organization, and they moved away up in Oregon, but he was coming to us too, active duty guy, but they're married now, and I'm happy for him. I don't see him that much, but I'm following them on Facebook, and from what I see, they're doing great, and that's what
success.
I like to see.
Yeah. So kind of going back to the Ibogaine, what is your thoughts on getting yourself down there or getting the treatment? You want to do it, so you're open to. I'm open to it. The full blown Ibogaine 5-MeO DMT.
Yeah, I was really against any type of drugs, right? Even marijuana, right?
Yeah.
But it's helping me. It helps me sleep. It helps me, the pain in my hands. It helped me through cancer. I don't wake up and smoke out, because I don't think I function well. I still want to function, but I do it, before I go to sleep, just to help me out, or when I got some pain going on. But with the ketamine, hey man, it did some amazing stuff for me. And from all the reading and stuff I'm seeing, I'm open to the ketamine or the psilocybin and all that stuff. I meant the Ibogaine, the psilocybin and all that.
Well, I've had guests on this show that have done both, right? Martin Acosta got shot 12 times, right? He was told he was never going to walk again.
Yeah.
They wanted to take his left leg because he didn't have any feeling in it at all.
Yeah.
He walked into my studio, sat down, and walked out. No cane, nothing.
Yeah.
2 trips to Mexico to do Ibogaine, but it was during his first trip there that he got feeling back in his toes. It was like they were going to take his leg like a couple months before. He goes and does the Ibogaine treatment, and dude, like I said, he walked in and out of here. And without that medicine, he'd be in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
The psilocybin. Lynn Watkins, she was a Air Force judge, trial judge. Totally, they put people behind bars for doing it.
Yeah,
doing drugs, right? She had a surgery on her left shoulder, and when they strapped her into the chair, it severed a nerve in her leg, and so she was having these crazy phantom pains in her right quad. She said it was like feeling like they were taking a red hot poker and just stabbing her in her leg. Ketamine for a couple of years. It was kind of working, and somebody turned her on to the psilocybin treatments out in Denver. She's like, Ryan, I was hoping to get a little bit of relief. She said, I walked out of there pain free, and she's like, that was a year ago. It's probably been a year and a half now, almost 2 years. But there's people that this stuff is working microdosing. Yes, Paul was telling me about his memory was crap just from the TBIs and the different things. He was having micro seizures as well, and so he's like, dude, I couldn't remember anything. Microdosed, before bed for like 6 weeks. He's like, my memory's like that now.
Yeah, so I ran into a guy at Soft Week, and he's like, hey, man, the stuff that you did at home base in 2020 is probably not as effective as some of the brain scans and everything that's going on now. Because right now they're seeing all these little micro, and I forget the name of it, like these aneurysms or the scarring in your brain, you know?
Yeah.
So I was at the VA the other day and, you know, taking care of stuff for this, right, for my neck. And the lady goes, wow, you got a lot of foci in your brain scan. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, no one ever mentioned that all these, the scar, and I still don't know exactly what it is, the scarring in your brain. And I was like, no, nobody ever mentioned that to me. You know, so I'm going to actually look into going to get another brain scan.
Okay.
You know, because, dude, running through concrete shoot houses, you know, I was in the crib for, 6 years total, you know, doing internal breaches and shooting guns and everything in there, you know, falling from a helicopter twice. And
yeah, dude, you've had some serious run-ins with, those falls alone, right? The concussion from that. I mean, like you said, shooting in hallways, the concussion coming off those hallways just over and over and over.
Yeah.
Internal breaching, man. That just, it's like being a boxer. You're just constantly getting rocked.
Yeah. I'm really interested in microdosing the psilocybin.
Okay.
You know, so I've talked to a lot of people and they're saying it's changed their lives.
Right.
Dramatically. You know, just doing microdosing. I was like, are you tripping all day long? Or no. I was like, because I don't want to do that. You know, they're like, no, you don't at all. You're functional and all that. It's helping your brain.
I've watched some docs on it, and basically what the microdosing, they say if you feel it, you've taken too much. Yeah. So they're giving you just a very little bit. It's kind of, we were talking about the mushroom coffees, right? Yeah. You know, there's so many different mushrooms are proven to stimulate your mind, you know, open new pathways. So mushrooms are absolutely amazing. Yeah. And, you know, it's what connects all of the earth.
Yeah, exactly.
Mycelium, it's like under the ground, and it's what connects everything. It's really unique. Yeah. So you were talking about a university. Yeah. So I want to hear. So, man, you don't stop. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. I mean, you're dealing with cancer. You're running the outrigger program. Task Force Hydro. Your construction management, running doing all the things you're doing there, and you're getting certified to be a
personal trainer. Yeah. So I found out through the University of Human Performance. How did I find out?
University of Human Performance? Yeah.
Health and Performance.
Health and Performance.
UHP. University of Health and Performance. It's in Bentonville, Arkansas. You know, it's a nonprofit. You know, it's probably the best. It's an amazing. It's like an NFL training facility, man. It's got this dome. It's just like the Thor 3 program. You know, you got all these squat racks and, you know, lifting racks, and then it's got the turf going down the middle. It's got a classroom, then it's got a recovery room with like multiple ice machines, ice plunges, you know, and then it's got multiple saunas and all that stuff. And the best thing about it though is the staff. You know, majority of them are vets. A lot of them are special operators. You know, my old team sergeant is actually one of the operations guys there, and then Hunter is the lead coach there. You know, I forget what his actual official title is, but he used to run the Thor 3 at First Group. Okay, you know, that's how I know him. But I think it's sponsored, you know, by Walmart and Pure Water. It's that water company, Pure. Yeah. But you know, you can get you can either use your GI Bill to go to it, or you can get a grant to go to it. And you go there and you get certified personal trainer, right? They're trying to get accredited, but what they'll do is they'll give you all the tools. They'll go through the 3 weeks of training, right? And then you'll take their certified personal trainer test, right? But then they'll also give you credit to take it on ISSA, when you get home, the official, until they get accredited. But it's an amazing facility. It's on 500 acres. There's also, I think they're trying to purchase another 500 or more acres. It's in the country. They've got a mountain bike. They just put a mountain bike course on it. And they have another nonprofit that they work with called the Dirt Therapy Project. And it's a veteran run mountain bike program. Right.
Where is this at?
It's in Bentonville, Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah, dude. Bentonville, Arkansas is badass when it comes to mountain biking. It's the whole town is centered around mountain biking.
Really? So it's like Colorado.
Yeah, yeah. It's at the foothills of the Ozarks. You know, but so you go there and you got amazing cabins. You got I think 8 guys to a cabin. And you share a bathroom, right? There's 4 bathrooms in each cabin, right? Okay. And then, there's not a lot of self-service, which is great. Yeah. Right?
So you unplug while you're there.
Amazing healthy food. You got an amazing chef there, right? And you wake up, you go work out, you go eat, you go and take a bunch of certified personal trainer courses, and then, but the nice thing about it is it's not really just a personal trainer course, right? There's some deep discussions that you have as a veteran, right? And it pulls it out of you, but it really teaches you a lot about communication, and how to work with and how to communicate with yourself and how to communicate with your client or whoever you're dealing with. Okay. So I enjoyed it thoroughly, man. They also have an integrative health coach program that they just started up again. I'm going to the one in December.
So what does that do then?
That's just basically, it's just like a life coach, man. And I don't know exactly everything that's included in it in IHC, but I'm about to find out.
Nice. Yeah. So what's the plan moving forward then? So you get certified as a life coach. And then what are your thoughts? Are you going to implement this into Task Force Hydro?
Yeah. So, man, I want to get so that's also one of my goals is I actually want to raise money to be able to send people from Task Force to UHP certified personal trainer course. Okay. Because, hey, I mean, they're coming back certified personal trainers, but they're just coming back being better coaches. Right. I don't care if they get their certified personal trainer certificate. I just want them to be able to communicate better. Sure. And coach people surfing or paddling.
And that's a skill that we didn't used to get taught. Yeah. I assume that you have to teach skills like how to communicate because of where we're at with social media, things like that. Yeah. People are, they don't communicate face to face anymore. It's all done via text message, and there's just not that personal aspect behind it. You know what I'm saying? And
I would, if I was you, I would apply for it. Yeah. Yeah. It's getting very popular. And it's just a great course, man.
So how would I go about applying?
Just go to University of Health and Performance and apply. Okay. Yeah. Or you go through me.
Okay. So for our guests at home that are interested, give Rick a call. Yeah. No, man, it's definitely interesting. So December, is it a 3-week course?
Yes, a 3-week course, right? So they just opened it back up, the integrative health coach part. They're trying to do a bunch of stuff through the GI Bill and all that stuff. So there's grants. Team RWB gave me my grant to go.
RWB.
Yeah, Team Red, White, and Blue. Okay. Yeah. They're the largest veteran nonprofit out there for getting people outdoors and getting physical.
Nice.
Yeah. And there's chapters everywhere.
Of Red, White, and Blue?
Yeah, Team Red, White, and Blue. Okay.
Yeah. So this life coach program, the personal trainer program, is it a tiered system? Like you have to get through one first and then?
No. Okay. Some people may not want to go through the certified personal trainer course. I'm not interested in being a physical personal trainer course. Right. But maybe I'm interested in learning about functional medicine and helping people work through their problems.
Right, because that's, as we were talking earlier, that integration time I got it. Like, we can't really dedicate months.
Yeah.
You know, I can't tell you, hey, quit your job and come stay with us for 2 months and we're going to get you right back on the path. As much as we'd like to, people can't dedicate that much time. Yeah. So a lot of times it's a week here, a week there, maybe, right? Yeah. Like I got to save up vacation time so I can go to Mexico and do this treatment, but I only have 5 days off.
Yeah.
And so where's the integration come into play, right? Because I got to get back to work. And so I think that's the key that we're missing, right? Yeah. Is like, we'll get these guys treatment, we'll give them the quote unquote silver bullet, but then it's the work that they have to put in afterwards that seems to, you know, kind of fall short a lot of times.
Yeah.
As we get better at coaching, mentoring, and really giving guys these skills to, you know, continue to be able to work through their problem set, not to say like on their own, but, you know, once they leave the medicine, like how to keep them on the path, right? If what you guys are doing at Task Force Hydro, dude, you know, every third Saturday, man, we're all going to be here, and maybe not everybody's going to show up, but you know, there'll be a group of people, yeah. So people that you can lean on. You lose that when you got people coming from all aspects of, you know, of the continent, right?
Yeah.
I told you that my group that I went through Ambia with, we continue to talk, you know, monthly, weekly, whatever it is. But as far as getting the guys together again, which is really what you need, that
camaraderie,
even that human touch.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot to be said to human touch, right? Yeah. I mean, they've done studies on it when older couples, when one of them passes, the other one usually follows pretty quickly after, and it's because of the loss of that human touch, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So those bro hugs and those things like that, like we need those.
Yeah.
And the only way that you're going to get those is to get guys together. And so continuing that integration of healing, I think we can all take kind of a page out of your book of what you're doing. But it's like, how can we do that on a larger scale?
Yeah. I don't think I have the capacity to do that right now. In a larger scale, I think the way I can scale is it's just got to come to Florida. You know, that's for me. You know, I would love to one day see Task Force Hydro1 all over the place, but until that happens, man, it's got to be that local Ohana feeling, man, because I don't want to lose that Ohana feeling, right?
So you're not going to do other chapters, like a Washington chapter?
We're interested in it, but I got to be really, really careful on it, because I don't want to start it up somewhere and it die out. Yeah. You know, we got to be very selective. Sure. Right.
Because people are counting on it.
People count on it, right? You don't want something to start up and then kill it right away. Kill it. You know? So that's my biggest fear, is finding a volunteer to do it, right? And then they just can't do it anymore, and then it just goes away. Yeah. Right. So that's what I'm working on right now, is because I don't make a dime doing this. And that's how I felt in the beginning, but I've been counseled by a bunch of people, and it's like, in order to keep good help and keep something going, you actually need to start paying your staff, right? You need to have a professional staff that's their job. Yeah. Right. And
because then there's no excuse.
There's no excuse.
Yeah. Right. When you're not getting paid, it's like, dude, look, I'm doing this on the side. I got X, Y, and Z. Yeah.
I mean, I don't have the luxury of doing that. Right. I mean, I could if I wanted to, just like walk away, but I don't do that. I have great veterans. I mean, great volunteers, man, that have done something for me for 1.5 years, 2 years, and then, a few of them have gone like, I got tap out, Rick, and I'm like, hey man, no hard feelings at all. Like, I appreciate everything you've done. I'm surprised that you even lasted this long. Yeah. I really appreciate it, but I'm working on getting paid staff, and have an operations guy, that I pay full time or part time. I've got a website manager that I pay her, and then I've got a bookkeeper, that I pay. you know, but if I may have to start getting paid part-time just so I can, you know, focus on that more, you know, so.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to scale it, that's, I think your friends are right. You got to get people that are dedicated, that like really it's their job. And so then there is no excuses. Well, how can the audience help you guys out? What can we do? Is there donations?
Just go to taskforcehydro1.org. There's a donate button on there. Also, come to our events. You know, April 26th is our next Mission 50 paddle. So this is how we do it. Every person who paddles on the Mission 50, I ask them to raise $500 to $750, right? Okay. So I don't like it when they pay, because I've had paddlers say, I'll do it. Well, they just pay the money. You know? I want people to raise awareness by getting on their social media or getting on their text, right? And saying, hey, I am doing this because please help me out. Right. Your money helps buy additional equipment to improve access for veterans, first responders to use the ocean or some type of body of water as a therapeutic alternative to medicine. To drugs. Right. You know, for the mental and physical health. Sure. You know, so when you see that come across your social media feed, you know, just like, hey, drop a few dollars.
Yeah, $5, man. You
know, buy some swag from us. We don't get many grants, but we're working on it. But everything we've done really mainly is, for the most part, just fundraising by doing hard stuff. Yeah. You know, so.
Well, speaking of your swag, what do we find? What do we find at your site?
So we got more swag coming. The sites, we're actually rebuilding the shop page, so that's not out yet, but it will be. But I got you a couple bracelets, Task Force Hydro1, right? And hashtag Water Saves Lives.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah. And then I brought you a T-shirt. Water Saves Lives, Task Force Hydro1. You know, shop.outrigger.com is one of our big sponsors who provides the canoes for us.
Shopoutrigger.com, okay.
And then RA Tahiti down there.
Now, where are all these guys based out of? Is this all Florida-based people?
No, shopoutrigger.com is based out of California, but they sell Tahitian canoes.
Dude, that's a badass shirt. It's like a soccer jersey.
Yeah.
Dude, that's nice. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, so we got new swag coming out with long sleeve hoodies, you know, UPF 50. You know, we got some racer tank tops, you know, for men and women, you know, because we got a race on. We're going to Hawaii for our first time as a club, August 23rd.
August 23rd of this year?
Yeah.
Hawaii. So, all right. So talk me through how these races work.
All right. So you got sprints, and then you got long distance, right? So, and then you have rudderless for the small boats, like the one-man boats. Mm-hmm. You got rudderless, and then you got rudders, OC1s. So the rudderless canoes are the traditional Tahitian canoes where, you know, you steer by the way you paddle. Right, where you put your paddle in. Yeah. Right. The rudderless, the OC1s, they have rudders where you control with your feet.
Oh, okay.
Right. So you just paddle and you just control your direction with your feet. I prefer the rudderless. Right.
Just the challenge behind it, or?
It is a challenge, but it also makes me a better all-around paddler, right? Because I can steer. It makes me a better steersman for the 6-man canoe. To where if you don't have a guy who's really good, a really good steersman, from learning from in the V1, the one-man rudderless canoe, most of the time when they're paddling in the back on the big canoes, they're just steering by doing this.
I gotcha.
By putting the paddle in, and they're not actually helping. But if you're really good at paddle steering and knowing how to paddle and still steer that way, you're providing momentum for the, power for the canoe.
Okay. So you prefer everybody kind of learns the hard way on that.
Yeah. So in Tahiti, right, you're not allowed, as a kid, you're not allowed to get in a 6-man until you master the V1.
Okay.
Right?
And the V1, you got your foot rudders.
Nope.
Oh, so
it's rudderless.
V-runs just paddle.
Yeah. And until you master that, they don't let you in the 6-man canoe.
Okay. So you got to crawl before you walk.
Yeah. So you got sprints or normally 250 to 500 meters, right? You can go straight down, just 500 meters, or you can go 500 meters down and then go around a buoy and come back.
Okay.
Right. So in a 6-man, it's harder, right? Because seat 1 and 2's got to sort of pry the nose this way, while the 6-man is prying the tail to go that way, so you can get this 40-foot canoe spin around a buoy.
Wow!
Quickly, and then you gotta once it's straight on heading, then you gotta power up to get it back on plane, and then you gotta just do you're back into aerobic, boom, boom. So yeah.
Wow. What's your favorite race?
I like long distance. Like
just getting
8 miles to 18 miles or even 31 miles. It's just like, just you got to manage your energy. You can't blow your load in the first 30 minutes.
Right.
You got to manage it, and I just like that, picking your line, going down the beach or down the river or wherever you're at.
Are you always one man?
Me? 6-man?
Up front?
Oh, no. I'm rarely ever one man. That's probably the only time I've actually done it.
Okay. So is that like the novice kind of position?
That's actually one of the most important positions.
Okay.
Because you're called the stroker, right? So you're paddling, right? And you got to keep a good rhythm.
Okay. So everyone's going off of you.
Everyone's going off of you, right? And if you're out and all screwed up, the whole boat starts getting all screwed up.
It's flailing.
Yeah. And paddles going in at different times, and now you don't have 6 paddles of power. You got 1 here, 1 there, so you're just going slow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what position do you generally row on a 6-man?
Seat 6.
Okay.
The steersman.
So you're steering.
Yeah, but I don't like it. I like it, but not as much as I like seat 3 or seat 4. I hate seat 3 more than I hate seat 4. Like seat 4 because seat 3 you got to count. You're the guy who's counting. You're the captain.
Oh.
Right, and then you call the switches. Huh, right, so every 9th stroke you go huh, and everybody switches. Right. I hate counting.
Yeah.
But seat 6, I'm steering. I'm head on a swivel. Making sure everybody picking that line. But I like just the effort. I just want to paddle just straight with not even have to steer. I just want to just do the work.
Do you like individual races as much as you like the team stuff?
No, I like the team stuff better.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't care about winning individually. I want to win as a team. I want to help you win.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just it's weird.
Yeah.
Dude, it's fascinating.
Yeah. You got to come down. So I'm going to count you in April 26th to be on the paddle.
Okay.
Right? So I brought multiple vets from UHP, my UHP class, that had never been in a canoe before.
Okay.
And they're like, Rick, you're paddling 50 miles. How am I going to do this? And there were some other people that weren't, they're like, you're bringing newbies? It's like, yeah, what's wrong, dude? And it's the range thing, I talked about, like I can teach somebody how to do something in a day.
Right.
Right. So we just had clinics for 2 days before that. And then they got in and they had a blast, dude.
Yeah, I'm definitely in.
All right. I'll count you in.
Heck yeah, man. Well, brother, you got any parting words of wisdom for these guys?
Yeah. For cancer, if you feel anything weird from your toes to the top of your head, some weird pain, or you feel some weird sickness, or you're just tired, go get checked out. Guys are going to get checked out and for something stupid, and they're coming back with cancer.
Yeah.
Right? The sooner you catch it, the sooner you'll defeat it. You wait too long, like a couple of guys, just like a typical SF dude, like, I'll get it. I got something important to do.
Right.
There's nothing more important than staying alive for your family. And then, just remember that, activity and camaraderie will help you live longer. So hashtag water saves lives, right?
That's right.
So community and activity. Don't hibernate. And it takes a big man. It takes a big man to suggest that or ask for help. I respect somebody tremendously when they ask for help. There's nothing embarrassing or shameful for asking for help.
That's right. I love that, man. Well, Rick, thank you so much. I know the audience at home, they're going to get a lot out of this one. You got some amazing things that you've gone through in life, and you've learned the way, and you're passing it over. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate what Task Force Hydro1's doing. That's awesome. I can't wait to get out there and see it live, man. So again, come back anytime. We'd love to have you back, just catch up with you, and yeah, man, we're here. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it, brother.
Thanks, brother.